All right, guys, welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome if you're new. Thank you guys so much for joining me today, and thank you for waiting patiently for the intro to finish up there. Yes, as you can see, another setup. Well, it's not necessarily a new setup. We've done this setup before, but I kind of wanted to go back to this. You know, I liked having the whole room and having all that space, but I also kind of like this a little bit better. Another reason I really like it is because having the panels, the sound panels right behind me, the acoustic sound panels, they actually help quite a bit, at least for me. I mean, I'm assuming it helps you guys as well. So, yeah, back to where we were. And yes, boss is still in here. He is still in here. Am I going to work out on stream now? Yeah, actually, you know what? Completely forgot to bring the dumbbells in. So if we do end up hitting like 50 members today, I'll have to owe you guys some reps. But yeah, we'll still be able to do that. Just nothing too crazy. You know what I mean? Not that we've necessarily been doing anything. Oh, come on, Michael. Don't act like that. Don't act like that. Acting like we've been doing dedicated workout streams. We do it for like maybe like 5 minutes. 5 minutes at most at the end of the stream. But yeah, thank you guys so much for being here. Irfan, you like it. Nice, man. Yeah, I got that article up, by the way. Thank you for reminding me about Astro Bot. I do appreciate that. It'll definitely be relevant towards the conversation today. No, I know you're just playing, Michael. I know. No worries. All right, so yeah, really quick, I also want to say this as well. Another reason I wanted to go back to this setup specifically is because, well, you guys can't see it, but it's much easier to have a dual monitor setup this way, and it's also much easier for me to stream gameplay this way. I kind of didn't realize that when I did the other setup. So yeah, it should make everything better, hopefully. But yeah, I had to make sure to get Metal Gear Solid 3 poster here. Super hyped about the remake, so had to make sure to do that. Might have to mess around with the lighting a little bit though. I'm not sure. I think it's good. I don't know if it's too bright. A lot of shadows going on, but either way, we'll figure it out. But yes, today we are talking about PlayStation's lineup, specifically the games lineup for PlayStation for the remainder of 2024. How big are my monitors? I have one 4K 28-inch monitor and also a 4K 32-inch monitor. I try to reserve usually if I do like gameplay streams, I try to use the 32-inch monitor. The 28-inch monitor I have is significantly higher quality in terms, like the 4K 32-inch I have is pretty good. It's an Acer, but I have an Asus 28-inch 4K, and the colors on it are just so much better. It has proper HDR. It's very nice. We have Chris Brown saying, Happy Father's Day, MBG, favorite YouTuber. Thank you so much for that, Chris. And yes, Happy Father's Day to all of the fathers out there. It is Father's Day. Some of our favorite games we play as fathers, and that's actually like a central part of the game. Whether it's Big Boss and his strained relationship with his clones, his sons, or something like The Last of Us, where you play as Joel. And here we go. The Nat is here again. Yeah, Kratos. Can't forget Kratos. Absolutely. So yeah, happy Father's Day. I want to take this opportunity to show you guys one of the gifts that Mrs. MBG actually got me. It's an awesome gift. It's a new mug. I love my mugs. I know, boss. I know it's very jarring for you, boss. We have a new setup. He's very confused. But Mrs. MBG got me this really sick Metal Gear Solid mug for Father's Day. I'm going to try my best to... It's like totally wraparound. It's awesome. So, yeah, shout out to Mrs. MBG for the absolutely sick mug that definitely wanted to make sure to use today. And she got me a couple of other things as well. She got me like a new Metallica shirt, not the one I'm wearing right now, but a new hat, just a plain black hat. No, I'm just kidding. She didn't just buy me a plain black hat. Actually, you like it. I'm glad, dude. Steven, you're saying you have a 43-inch 4K 144 hertz. My eyes are getting fixed soon. Cataracts. I'm getting old. Damn, dude. That does sound like a nice monitor, though. 43-inch. Damn. Yeah. All right. So, guys, we're going to be evaluating the remaining lineup for PlayStation. Boss, you can't chew that. Don't start. It's too early for this. The remaining lineup the lineup for the remainder of 2024 when it comes to PlayStation. Michael Lynch with a $5 chat saying, plus all the Xbox can see the king over your right shoulder. Michael Lynch always trying to throw down. Always keeping those console wars alive. I mean, I can't blame you. I got a picture of a stacked PlayStation consoles here. But thank you for that, Michael. But yeah, there's been obviously a lot of conversation about PlayStation lately. They did a state of play. Not a month ago, but a few weeks ago at the end of May. It's crazy how quickly time goes by. And we now have a very clear picture of what the remainder of 2024 looks like for PlayStation. So what I thought we would do is kind of go over each game and just have a general, broad discussion about it. How are we feeling about it? And yeah. So, guys, before we dive into any of these conversations that we're about to have, I do just want to thank everybody for watching. If you're tuning in live, thank you guys so much for that. If you can't catch the streams live and you're catching them later on, I also want to make sure to give you guys a shout out. I do appreciate the viewership and the support. Do me a favor, hit that like button. We're sitting at 52 likes. Take a second of your time. Hitting that like button lets me know you enjoy the streams and it helps with YouTube's algorithm. I just want to let you know a couple of ways you can support the content directly. The first way is by becoming a channel member. Now, I do want to take this moment to let you guys know the Members Lounge is coming back. I basically just had to take a little break there. But yes, this week, not today, because Sundays we don't do Members Lounges, but starting tomorrow, we're going to be doing Members Lounges once again, and we're going to be upping the frequency of those. So if you did enjoy the Members Lounge, please be excited for that. But yeah, if you are a channel member, also consider gifting memberships, okay? You gain access to, obviously, all the perks, but you give access to a lot of other people as well who I know really appreciate it. And as I say that, we have actually Get Some Trismegistus coming in. Let me make sure my sound bites are working here. Get some! Get some! Let me know if that came through. But actually, thank you so much, man. He's getting us started today by dropping 5 membership gifts for the community. 5 more people now will be able to access these exclusive perks. So thank you for that, actually. So yeah, consider becoming a member, consider gifting memberships, and last but certainly not least, also consider donating a super chat. You can ask a question, you can give an opinion, you can make a statement, anything in between. It helps tremendously. So thank you guys for all of your support. There's a bonus way where you can support, where at the top of the chat, there's a link. You can donate directly where 100% of what you donate goes to the content creator. Just another option. As I always say, guys, I can only do this because you allow me to do it. You are the sponsors of the channel. And thank you so much for that. We have an awesome community here, and I can't express that enough. All right. So with that being said, we're going to dive into this conversation. And actually, I meant to set this up before we started the conversation. I wanted to put a poll up. Give me one moment here. I just want to ask you guys, so we can check this at the end of the stream. I want to ask you guys how you're feeling about PlayStation's lineup for the remainder of 2024. And I'm going to put the poll out now. So how are you feeling about PlayStation's game lineup for the remainder of 2024? You can vote on good, okay, or bad. Keeping it very simple. So be sure to vote on that, and we'll check that at the end of the stream. All right. Did my... Okay. No, we're good. Actually, you're saying first party okay, third party will salvage it. Interesting. So yeah, obviously third party is going to be a part of the conversation today, part of the discussion. Absolutely, because I mean, most people who are playing on PlayStation, I would say, look forward to third party games, maybe even more so, significantly more so in some cases, than first party games or exclusive games of any kind. So there's no doubt that third party will play a role in this conversation. And yeah, it's interesting because I was actually looking at all the games, not all the games, but a lot of the games that are still set to release from third party between now and the end of the year. And it's always kind of the same thing every year, which isn't a bad thing. But there's always kind of that slight lull period in summer where there are certainly releases in summer, but they're a little bit further and few in between. And then once we get into fall and the holiday season, basically starting at the end of August and the beginning of September, things just really ramp up significantly and rapidly. And there's suddenly just all these different games coming out within weeks of one another that I want to play or I have some kind of interest in. And then it becomes a process of trying to decide which games am I going to play versus which ones am I going to hold off on. But right now, I'm actually playing Elden Ring. And I'm very much looking forward to the Elden Ring DLC. I'm really trying to prepare myself for it. I'm stuck on what I feel to be a very difficult boss battle. I'm getting so close to beating this boss battle. It is the boss battle with the Dragon King or Dragon Lord something. It's like this big dragon with electricity all around him and lightning. It's an intense battle, and I was basically playing it all this morning trying to beat it, and I couldn't. So that's what I'm playing right now. But yeah, obviously we're thinking about what we're going to be playing beyond June, beyond July. What are we going to be playing when it comes to PlayStation for the rest of the year? Well, Sony has an interesting situation right now, I would say. The situation with Sony is very much... I would say shifted more towards quantity this time around, which is interesting because I feel like that's not usually the case with Sony. Usually the case with Sony is there are less frequent releases when it comes to first party or their studios or partner studios. But there's this heavy emphasis on, hey, you only might get one game within 4 or 5 or 6 months, but that one game is going to basically be like a bomb drop. Seems like we're seeing a bit of the opposite approach this time around. Not to say that the games are going to be lower quality. We'll talk about that as we go over each one. But it does seem that that is the current situation Sony is going to have for the remainder of 2024. And so, obviously, there's a big conversation that we've been having and we will continue to have about what is beyond 2024, but that remains to be seen. So I figure, okay, well, if we don't really know what's coming in 2025 or for the second half of this generation, what do we know? We know about, I think, 5 games. I think it's 5 games that Sony's going to have over the next 6 months, which is, I mean, in terms of output, it's quite surprising, right? Because when you look at 2024, I remember back in January, we were having a very similar conversation where it's like, let's look at the first 6 months of 2024. And the reason why we were having that conversation is because Sony made it very easy. Sony basically had a state of play in January, and they set up the first half of 2024 with that state of play. They showed Stellar Blade. They showed The Last of Us Part 2 Remastered. They showed some more Helldivers, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, so on and so forth. And one of the things I remember saying to you guys is, even though they're not revealing any big, heavy hitter first party games, it is quite surprising that Sony seemingly has 1 to 2 games lined up for every month leading into June. And they actually lined it up so perfectly that after Stellar Blade released, just a couple weeks later, they do a second state of play. And in that state of play, they line up another 5 games for the next 5 or so months. Now, granted, June and July are months where Sony doesn't really have any releases. And so the first game is Concord. See Rudy saying, bring on Concord. Well, let me give you guys the 5 games, okay? The 5 games that Sony has lined up between now and the end of the year. Concord, Astro Bot, Until Dawn Remake, Lego Horizon Adventures, and even though it's not from their first party, it's with a partner, that being Konami, Silent Hill 2 Remake. So those are 5 PlayStation console exclusive games that they have lined up between now and December. So 6 months, 5 games. But Concord is the first one. Actually saying Concord crash and burn, baby. Yeah, Concord is the first game, and Concord is set to release in August. Now, we know that Concord is getting a beta in July, and after thinking about it for a little bit, I think I decided that I'm going to play the beta at the very least. I was pretty hesitant on it, but I thought, you know what? I do run a PlayStation channel here. The least I should do is give you my thoughts on this stuff, right? I mean, obviously, I did give you my thoughts on Concord when it was officially revealed, but I'm talking about like my hands-on impressions and stuff like that. It feels like it's the least I can do, and considering there will be an open beta for Concord, I'll give it a shot. But Concord is the first game that Sony has lined up for the second half of 2024, and Concord is such a it's such an unfortunate situation, honestly, because I know that there is a little bit of positivity towards Concord. Like, there's a little bit of maybe this game will be good, maybe this game will be fun, maybe it could be the next big hero shooter. But there's way more negativity, and of course, there's some bandwagon negativity with Concord. There's no denying that. There are some people that are just jumping on because they see other people disliking it. So they're like, well, I'll dislike it too. But there's also a lot of people who are pointing out very good reasons why this game maybe is not going to fare so well and why it has so much negativity towards it. Yeah, apparently there is going to be an open beta for Concord. They didn't say exactly when it's going to be, but it sounds like they're going to do the closed beta in July for people who pre-ordered the game. And then maybe at the end of July or, the first week or two of August, they're going to at some point do an open beta where everybody can try it out. And that's the one I'm going to be most interested in seeing because, I mean, the game is technically going to be free to play for a little bit with this open beta. So if there was ever a chance for this game to capture an audience and gain some positive word of mouth, it's going to be with the open beta, right? Like, that's where it's going to happen. But right now, it's not looking all too good for Concord. And I think when we talk about Concord in the context of how is the second half, the remainder of 2024 looking when it comes to PlayStation's game lineup, I think it's safe to say that Concord is at the bottom of people's lists. It's at the bottom of their, like which game is PlayStation putting out that you're most looking forward to? I just don't think Concord is at the top of that list, or even, even in the top 3. I think that's at the bottom. And, I saw on Amazon, you can see how many people pre-order games and buy games. Like they'll tell you like 500 plus purchased in the past month. And I saw that Astro Bot had over like 2,000 plus bought in the last month, indicating that there's some pretty strong demand, at least for the physical version of Astro Bot. But we know that Concord is going to be $40, and Concord is going to get a physical release. So I at least want to give a shout out to Sony for continuing, even with these multiplayer live service games, continuing to release them physically. No, Concord is on Amazon, at least when I checked. I'll double check here. Let me see. I could have swore I saw it. Yeah, it's right here. See, Concord PS5. Wow. Okay. Yeah, it's not good. So look, if I look at Amazon, now I'm not saying Amazon is the best indicator, right? It's just one piece of data, but I think it might give us an idea of where Concord stands stacked up against these other games. For example, Silent Hill 2, $70, 2,000 plus bought in the past month. Astro Bot says the same thing, 2,000 plus bought in the past month. Concord has 100 plus bought in the past month. So less than 200 pre-orders for Concord for $40 on Amazon. I wonder how Sony is feeling about this. I mean, I do think that that's pretty telling. I don't think it tells us for sure that, oh yeah, guaranteed the game's not going to do well, but 100 plus, so greater than 100, less than 200. It seems like this game is truly going either under the radar for most people, or if not under the radar, just a game that people are they're not planning on buying. They're certainly not physically. I do wonder what the pre-orders are currently looking like, whether Sony is feeling distraught, surprised, or if maybe they had a feeling this is kind of how it was going to be. Now, I will say, for a game like Concord, I could see the digital pre-orders being higher. I could see that. That does seem more like a game that people would maybe be more inclined to buy digitally rather than physically. But yeah, I've never seen a PlayStation game have so few pre-orders on Amazon as what I'm seeing here with Concord. And I'm not here to bash Concord or even talk badly about it in any way. I'm putting this out here because the first game that kicks off the second half for Sony is Concord, and I don't know that it's really going to do much for Sony. I don't know that Firewalk is going to come out and make a big splash. And I think what we might end up seeing, and this is speculation, but when we look back at 2024, I think it's going to be a fascinating year to evaluate once it's done, because we're going to see Sony go really high and then go really low, where the beginning of the year, they drop Helldivers 2, and it shock and all. It blows up, becomes the biggest game in the world, remains the biggest game in the world for months on end, and is still pretty big, certainly, and becomes just a breakout hit. And it's a live service title. And then later in that year, we're going to see the exact opposite. Based off of what we're seeing right now, we could see the exact opposite, where Sony drops their second live service game and it's a complete flop, and it does the opposite of what Helldivers 2 did, where it just doesn't garner any audience. It hardly has any interest, and it's a situation that's just like, wow, okay. Sony experienced the highest of highs and maybe the lowest of lows with their live service efforts in the year 2024. And maybe that's a necessary thing to happen, or that should happen, right? Maybe that's a necessary thing for Sony to kind of get that experience where it's like, okay, so we know we can do it. We know we can have a successful live service game. We know we can release a game that can become the next big thing. When it comes to the monetization, it seems like they're doing okay with it when it comes to Arrowhead and the way they're handling it. And obviously the game sold very well, so we can do that. But we also know that we can fail, and we can fail hard. Again, it's too early to tell, but that's just based on what we're seeing. Rudy, you're saying when Concord blows up, I don't want to hear MBG saying he knew this would happen. No. Rudy, if Concord does blow up and becomes the next big thing, I will be the first one out here telling you I couldn't have been more wrong. I will be in shock. And I won't be upset about it. I'd be like, wow, I would be genuinely like, wow, okay. You know what I was wrong about recently? I was completely wrong about Bungie. We spent months and months, well, I did spend months and months talking about the situation with Bungie and how it just seems like they're not able to get it together. They're having some serious internal issues. Um, and overall, it's just not looking good for them. It's not looking good for them. And, I was even talking about how worst case scenario, maybe Sony ends up having to take them over, and they turned it around. They absolutely turned it around. They made a comeback. And people are really, really pleasantly surprised by how well the last DLC has turned out. And I can admit I was completely wrong. I didn't see that coming. I didn't expect that to happen. Now, obviously, I'm not comparing Bungie to Firewalk. Firewalk is an unproven studio. Firewalk has no credibility other than they do comprise of former Bungie developers. And so I'm not saying that I expect a similar situation with Concord, but it's just, I have been wrong about these things before. And, I was like half right with Helldivers 2. Like, I didn't think Helldivers 2 was going to be the next big thing. I was very surprised by it. Like, wow, okay, I didn't expect this game to blow up like this. But I did expect, like, I think this game might find more of an audience than we think. I remember kind of talking about Helldivers 2 and being like, I think this game's going to pleasantly surprise people. I think people are going to find themselves enjoying this game, or it might be a little bit bigger than what people thought. And I'm glad to see that happened, because I thought Helldivers looked really good. But yeah, Concord, I feel kind of the opposite. I'm not feeling excited at all for Concord, and what little we've seen of it, I've had dedicated streams basically ranting about it. And I'm not here to rant about it. I got it out of my system. I said what I had to say, and I've calmed down on it. And I'm willing to just see it through and see what ends up happening, obviously. But I'm still not feeling good about it. I have a bad feeling about Concord, and I think I think it'll be good at the very least for Sony to release this in August rather than try to position this during like the holiday time. I think if Sony tried to release Concord during the holiday, I think that would be a huge, huge mistake, where it's like, okay, I think you guys actually want this game to die. So don't comment. The game is not out. Well, I'm going to comment on it. Anything that I'm saying about Concord is based off of what we've seen so far. I don't know how it feels to play. Yeah, I can't tell you that. I can't tell you if Concord feels good or bad to play. That's the big question that everybody is waiting, to have answered. And it will be answered soon enough. And I'm going to find out myself as well. But there's so many other things about Concord that make me feel like, even if the game does have good gameplay, considering it is a live service, considering it is a hero shooter, and I don't really play hero shooters, and considering, this game is going to live or die in the long run based on how the monetization is handled and how the content updates are handled, even if I do end up enjoying the gameplay, I don't necessarily feel confident that it's going to be something I still want to play. You know what I mean? Especially like with there's so many other games coming out. Yeah, I saw that's another aspect that I think Sony maybe was caught off guard by. And I have to imagine the studio, the team at Firewalk is probably pretty distraught over this. Valorant. Yeah, I think Valorant, I don't know when the release date is. It's coming out. Let me see. I remember seeing it at Summer Game Fest. It doesn't have a definite release date, but they already had the beta, I think. And it seems like it's coming this year. So, yeah, we could see a situation where any chance Concord may have had to capture that hero shooter audience might get snuffed out by, Valorant, depending on when it drops, because Valorant already has an established fan base it's already proven. And I think that there are a lot of console players. It's also free to play, by the way. You don't have to pay for it, as far as I'm aware. So you take all those factors, it's going to be real bad, I think, for Concord if this game drops anywhere near it. Is Valorant on console? That's what I'm saying, is it's going to release on console. It's going to release on console. And it seems like it's going to release this year. So yeah, Concord comes out in August 23rd. We'll see how it does. No, I haven't played Valorant myself. You're saying it's a hardcore shooter like Counter-Strike? Yeah, I do wonder if maybe, I don't know, the mechanics and the gunplay can feel very smooth and very simple for Concord. Maybe that could help it out, but I don't know. There's too many question marks, and the few answers we have right now are not necessarily instilling much confidence in me. So either way, though, Concord is making up a fifth of the second half for PlayStation in 2024. Now, the next game, I'm trying to go in release order here. Let me see. Yeah, I guess the next game in release order would be Astro Bot. Now, Astro Bot to me feels like the polar opposite of Concord in pretty much every way. Astro Bot seems like it has a lot of excitement. Astro Bot seems like it's getting a lot of love. Astro Bot, frankly, just seems like it's going to be hands down the better game, maybe even the best game out of all the games we're going to talk about here. And it just seems like there's a lot of care that has gone into Astro Bot. Not to say that there isn't a lot of care that has gone into these other games. There absolutely is. But I think it's the level of care that's going into Astro Bot combined with the nostalgia factor. I really think that it creates a potent type of game for PlayStation fans that, you know, obviously Astro Bot can just appeal to anybody just because it's a 3D platformer and it looks like it's very competent at what it's doing. It looks like a game for all ages, a game for kids, a game for teenagers, a game for young adults, a game for regular adults, even a game for older adults if they're interested in it, you know? But there's also that layer of PlayStation nostalgia that, I mean, I can't speak for anybody but myself, but for me, that takes it to the next level. Like, would I play an Astro Bot without the PlayStation nostalgia factor? Yes, I would. For sure. Would I be as excited? No. It's actually that layer of nostalgia that's so carefully woven into the fabric that is going to be Astro Bot that actually gets me so excited for it, because I know it's going to do great on its own as a game with the mechanics and the platforming and the level design and everything else, but just knowing that there's going to be so much nostalgia that just overwhelms me. You know, that's why I'm so excited for it. I think that's why a lot of people are excited for it. And I've seen some people kind of downplaying Astro Bot a little bit. And maybe people like myself have been overplaying it a little bit, right? But the one thing I will push back against is I've seen some people, not a lot of people, but a few people here and there kind of downplaying Astro Bot based off of Astro's Playroom, where they're like, listen, Astro's Playroom was just a free pack-in game that you can beat in 5 or 6 hours. You guys are overhyping this. People are way overhyping this. It's really not going to be anything special or significant. And I disagree with that wholeheartedly. And I think that this is why Sony has made it, so they've made it crystal clear that Astro Bot is 4 times bigger than Astro's Playroom, which means it should be about 20 hours, give or take, to complete, which is a solid amount of time. I would assume that that's not even counting 100% completion. That's a solid amount of time for, you know, a 3D platformer. And if you played Astro's Playroom, yes, it's short. Yes, it's a pack-in game, but Team Asobi created something that I would argue people were like, listen, this game is supposed to serve as a tech demo, but you guys are doing things so well, you need to make this, and like, you need to turn this into an actual game. And I'm glad they got that message, because that's something that I think everybody was in agreement with when it came to Astro's Playroom. Where it's just like, listen, dude, you guys, you have something here. Take it further. And they're like, okay, we'll do just that. And that's why I think it's a little unfair for some people out there to be talking about Astro Bot as if it's going to be some kind of $60 tech demo. That's absolutely not what it's going to be. And it's frustrating a little bit to see people talking about it like that, where it's like, come on, like they're clearly trying to up the ante here. And at least for me, Astro Bot is a game that could be the standout title from PlayStation in 2024. And I think that's kind of saying something when you factor in not just first party, but all of the partner games as well. Games like Stellar Blade, games like Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, games like Helldivers 2. From what I'm seeing with Astro Bot, it looks like it's going to be a great time. And so the question that I have for Astro Bot, and of course we won't get the answer to this question until the game is out. Sony made it clear at the beginning of this year that they're not going to have any major big tentpole releases in any of their franchises. And I think some people at the beginning of the year misread that or misunderstood that, and they took that as, oh, so I guess Sony's not going to have any good games or any even relatively big games this year. And we now know that that's not true. But what Sony was really referring to was, are they going to have a game that's on the same level as something like Spider-Man 2, something like God of War Ragnarok, something like Ghost of Tsushima, something like Horizon? No, they don't have that this year. And so my question with Astro Bot is, I don't expect Astro Bot to do the same type of heavy lifting, so to speak, for Sony or for PlayStation that something like God of War Ragnarok would do, that something like The Last of Us would do. That's totally unfair. But the question is, can it do more than we were expecting? Maybe a type of Helldivers 2 situation, albeit not as intense, where Helldivers 2 did do just as well as these big tentpole titles. I don't think Astro Bot's going to sell 10 million units, but can it do 5 million? Can it do 4 million? Can it do more than maybe people were expecting? This is the question I have for Astro Bot. Not that it matters, like not that it impacts my enjoyment. I'm going to buy and support that game and play it and platinum it, absolutely. But I will kind of have this question lingering in the back of my mind. How much work did this game really do for Sony? Like, is this game going to bring Team Asobi to another level? And could Astro Bot, when it's all said and done, be a standout title for PlayStation in 2024, where, okay, sure, we didn't have the major AAA tentpole, $250 million budget game from Sony, but we did have Astro Bot. And I would almost make the argument that this is a nice change of pace. I love the big AAA tentpole titles just as much as the next guy. I mean, you guys know this about me, absolutely. But I would also make the argument that maybe this is kind of needed, right? Like, we need something a little bit different, a little bit, less by the book, so to speak, or, by the numbers, I guess you could say, when it comes to what you expect from PlayStation. And I think that's another reason why I'm just kind of so happy to see such a positive reception to Astro Bot so far, and to see people latching onto it and being so positive, because there was this kind of fear where if Sony was planning to release a new Astro Bot game standalone this holiday season, and they don't have anything else to kind of, support that, like a bigger game, like Astro Bot might be the biggest game. How are people going to respond? Like, is there going to be frustration? Is there going to be outrage? Are people going to be totally disappointed and underwhelmed? And don't get me wrong, there's still a little bit of letdown based off of what I'm reading from people. but there seems to be way more excitement than let down. And I just think that that's a really positive sign. I think that this kind of maybe proves, for now anyway, we'll have to see how it pans out, but this may prove that Sony can get a little bit more comfortable, having some of their studios or having some of these years where it's like we don't necessarily have to make sure we have a big $300 million open world, narrative heavy single player game. We can have something else instead, and then maybe after that we'll bring out the next AAA narrative heavy game. You know what I mean? I think that this would be a good sign for PlayStation Studios, and maybe give a kind of renewed sense of confidence to Sony, where it's like, you know what, we can do more than what, in different genres. We can kind of return to these genres a little bit. And we have Hickzock coming in, keeping the membership train rolling today, dropping a single gift for you guys.
Appreciate it.
Hickzock, thank you so much for keeping that going, man, bringing us up to 6 members on the day. You guys know how it goes. If we end up hitting 25 members, we will feed the beast here. But yeah, Astro Bot, pretty much, as you can tell, everything I'm saying about it, pretty much the opposite of what I had to say about Concord. But that's kind of another positive, I would say, right? Listen, I know Concord, I've given it criticism, and I will continue to do so where I feel as though it needs to be criticized. However, if there's one thing I can at least say is that it's quite nice to see a different type of PlayStation for the second half of 2024. And I can't ignore the fact that I've been saying for a while, alongside many others, that, man, we need to see Sony kind of branch out a little bit, right? We need to see Sony kind of diversify their lineup a little bit and not necessarily lean on just 1 or 2 or 3 types of games, but go beyond that. And again, man, regardless of how you feel about these games, there's no denying that, at least for this year, they are doing that. So got to give that credit where it's due to Sony there. And before I move on from Astro Bot, I got to lower the brightness of my screen. I'm sorry if I look like a ghost here. But I wanted to read to you guys all of the new information about Astro Bot. Now, it's not going to take too long because it was compiled in a really easy to read way here with Shinobi602 over on Twitter. Astro Bot new hands-on previews and details. So I'm just going to go bullet point by bullet point. Primed to be a big hit, feels like a 3D Mario game. Hold on. Tight, responsive experience. Astro still has his trusty jump attack, charged spin attack, and versatile laser hover ability. Difficulty modes, easy, normal, hard. Hard will challenge seasoned platforming fans. So I wanted to point that out here to you guys. Astro Bot is going to have difficulty settings. So which setting do you think you're going to play on? And before we continue, we have Angry Whale Watcher coming in, dropping another membership gift for you guys. Keeping that train going. Angry Whale Watcher, thank you so much for that, buddy. You just brought us up to 7 members on the day. But then we have Exley Get Some Trismegistus, who's doing some heavy lifting today, dropping another 5 bomb on you guys. Another 5 memberships coming from Exley. Really, really appreciate that, man. I'm trying to find a... boss is giving me a run for my money here. Actually, I'm going to throw you Mark Cerny there.
As an absolute indicator of performance.
I think Exley's hyped for the Pro, right? And then we have Paul Ganell keeping it going. Full-blown membership train here. Paul Ganell drops a single membership gift as well. Thank you, bud.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you for keeping that going. So just like that, we are now at 13 members on the day. Really appreciate the support, guys. Let's keep it going. Tomorrow in the Members Lounge, I don't usually tell people what I'm going to be doing. Well, because usually the Members Lounge is something that we just kind of figure out on the fly, which is what makes it so fun. But I think tomorrow, hopefully if I'm able to, I have to see if I could get it set up in time. I would like to play some Elden Ring with you guys, and also to test out my setup and make sure everything in terms of gameplay captures running smoothly. So if you are a channel member, look forward to that tomorrow. If anything goes wrong, I'll be sure to let you know. But we'll keep reading this here. Come on, I know. Boss is like, please. It says here, when talking about Astro Bot, Overworld consists of multiple galactic maps, each full of colorful planets with their own unique levels. Some planets are harder than others. Hovering over them reveals their difficulty level. Completing some hard levels unlocks other new hard levels. So, really quick, before I continue here, it seems like there's going to be a pretty significant emphasis with Astro Bot on actually kind of scaling the difficulty. And that is interesting to me because, I mean, Astro's Playroom had a certain level of challenge, especially if you get to like the very end with like the secret boss battle and whatnot. But generally speaking, it seemed like the difficulty was pretty consistent throughout. So I'm going to be interested to see how Team Asobi handles this, since I think it might be their first time really kind of. I mean, I never played the original Astro Bot game for for PSVR 1, so I don't know if they had difficulty settings in there. But it says here 80 levels to visit, packed with hidden bots, puzzle pieces, boss battles, goofy power-ups, coins, and challenges that lead to other secrets. Levels are full of fun, interactive bits, bouncy inflatable balls roll down a water slide with you, gooey paint buckets, shiny bolts, and colorful spray paint cans, all with detailed physics. Sky Garden level consists of multiple connected floating islands, giving a vision of idyllic paradise with pink robo flamingos in blue ponds, cherry blossom trees whose petals float across the ponds. Swinging Sentries level, it's a hard level featuring multiple platforms with enemies swinging spiky balls and chain weapons. Slowdown Showdown level, Astro throws an hourglass item to slow down enemies, platforms, and environmental hazards that move impossibly fast. Construction Derby level, a miles-high construction site with cranes, beams, scaffolding, etc. A sumo bot guard a helipad halfway through the level, forcing Astro to target his vulnerable backside. Astro can collect new items that pump him full of air in order to reach new hidden heights. Astro can now explore underwater for hidden bots and treasures. Exploration is rewarded, for example. An underwater area concealed by a bubble holds a secret bot who's themed after Rivet from Ratchet & Clank, surrounded by enemies you have to defeat in order to rescue. New ability, a robotic dog partner clings to Astro's back, granting a jet-powered boost that serves as both an attack and air boost. Tons of PlayStation-themed bots to discover. A game menu indicates how many bots are hidden throughout each stage, and PlayStation symbols mark hidden cameo bots. DualSense haptics and adaptive trigger implementation, as great as Astro's Playroom was. Wacko Taco, big octopus boss battles seen in the trailer. Astro lands on a shipwreck and gets a new item, Extendo Frog boxing gloves. These allow Astro to punch from far away, swing across grapple points, do slingshot-style attacks, etc. Boss fights have many twists and turns. And lastly, here it says mythical companions. Join Astro's journey, like discovering bot versions of Kratos and Atreus under a capsized floating canoe. So, once again, shout out to Shinobi602 for doing such a great job compiling all of that new information. I just figured while we were on the topic of Astro Bot, I would let you guys know some of those new details. It's sounding great, man. It is. It's sounding really good. So yeah, so far 2 games down when it comes to the remainder of PlayStation's lineup for this year. Concord, then next in line, Astro Bot. I'm curious, anybody in the chat right now, are you going to be picking up both Concord and Astro Bot? Is there anybody here who's planning to buy and play both? Jack, you're saying all that sounds amazing. You really rarely play any platformer. Have I asked my audience who has pre-ordered Astro Bot? That's another good question. If you're not planning on playing both, have you pre-ordered Astro Bot? William, you're saying not both, but Astro day one. Rudy says he's getting both. Alex says he's getting Astro. Space Attendant says just Astro. All right. Well, this takes us to our third game. And I'm trying to go in. Okay. The third game, I guess in this case, would be Silent Hill 2 Remake. And the reason why I'm saying this would be the third game is because it does have a release date of October 8th. So it's going to be an October game, just about 1 month after Astro. There are 2 other games that are scheduled for 2024, by the way, but we don't have release dates for them yet. So let's talk about Silent Hill 2 Remake. I put out a members-only post to you guys yesterday asking you how you feel about Silent Hill 2 Remake, and it's polarizing. You know, I will say Silent Hill 2 Remake is proving to be more polarizing than I anticipated. I was under the impression that it would be a kind of easy home run, so to speak, for not only Konami, but whoever was tasked with remaking it, in this case, Bloober Team. But it's proving to be a little bit more divisive. However, I will say, I am seeing, I think, more positivity towards Silent Hill 2 Remake than I am negativity. There's certainly negativity. There seems to be concern more than anything. I don't know if I would call it negativity, right? Like, I feel like when we look at Concord, there's just some flat out negativity where people are like, no. And I feel like with Silent Hill 2 Remake, it's not like there is a little bit of negativity, but it's mostly people being like, I'm a little bit worried. I'm a little bit concerned. I'm worried that Bloober Team's not going to pull this off and that it's going to ruin too many aspects that made the original so good. But I'm also seeing quite a bit of positivity as well. I'm seeing a lot of people talk about how they did like that gameplay demo. And I did go back and rewatch the gameplay demo. And I'll be honest, I think I was a little bit too harsh in the moment. I think maybe I was a little bit revved up, so to speak, because that was the same night that we watched the reveal of Concord. And I think that just left a sour taste in my mouth. And I kind of took that sour taste into the Silent Hill 2 demo. So when I chilled out on it and I went back and I rewatched it, by myself, less compressed because I wasn't streaming it. I was like, you know what? All right, it's not perfect. Like, you could tell there's a little bit of jank there. You can tell there's a little bit of that Bloober Team jank, but I was feeling pretty good about it overall. I'm like, okay, yeah, I can't deny I'm still excited to play this, and even when I see some of the negativity, it's not necessarily stopping me from feeling like I've been waiting for this for a long time. And the thing about Silent Hill 2 Remake that I'm enjoying the most, that I will say is grabbing me the most, I know that the character models look a little strange like when they zoom in on their faces and stuff. Yeah, a little bit. And some of the animation work is questionable, certainly. However, the atmosphere of the game, I think, is something that Bloober Team is actually nailing, where when I was watching that demo again, I was looking at him, walking through the town, going through the back alley or walking the streets, and I'm like, oh, this does look so good. Like, it really is doing a great job at capturing that truly, I would say, disturbing and unsettling atmosphere that Silent Hill 2 obviously is known for. And it seems to me like this could be a game, a remake, where based off of everything I've seen, when I walk away from it, I'm not going to walk away saying that was the best remake I ever played or even one of the best remakes I ever played. But I'll walk away from it saying that was pretty good. It wasn't perfect, and there were a couple of things that could have been better or a couple of things that were a little bit questionable. But generally speaking, it was enjoyable and a pretty good remake overall, and I'm glad to have experienced it rather than not at all. That's the feeling I'm getting with Silent Hill 2 Remake. maybe to compare it to Konami's other remake, that being Metal Gear Solid 3. Metal Gear Solid 3, it's funny how this all turned out, because I was actually extremely nervous about Metal Gear Solid Delta and MGS 3 getting remade. And I was very nervous that Konami was being so quiet about it, that they weren't talking about it very much. And I started to get this kind of sinking feeling like, oh no, like they're going to end up messing this up, aren't they? And that's why they're not talking about it. Meanwhile, we're hearing frequently about Silent Hill 2 remake. I feel like that's all anybody's talking about. When it comes to what Konami's doing, it's all really Konami's talking about. It's what Bloober Team's talking about. And I felt kind of the opposite towards Silent Hill 2 remake, where I was like, no, it'll be fine. It's just, how do you mess that up, right? Like, Bloober Team will be fine. They would have to go out of their way to really screw it up. And it feels like it kind of flipped a little bit, where now I'm realizing, okay, maybe Bloober Team might have messed up a couple things with this game, potentially. I have to see more, obviously, to know, but they also got a lot of things right. So looking at that, and then looking at the new trailer for Metal Gear Solid 3 Remake and getting all the new info, and I'm like, oh my God, they're doing it. Like, Konami's doing it. They are nailing this Metal Gear remake, and I am breathing a massive sigh of relief, because I thought, Konami, I would literally rather you not do anything than risk messing up this remake of Metal Gear. I'd rather you do nothing. And yeah, I guess maybe for me the better outcome overall, because I'm a much bigger Metal Gear Solid fan than I am Silent Hill. I love Silent Hill, obviously, but Metal Gear, yeah, that's like, for me, it's got to be perfect, The Caped Crusader with a super chat here says, I'm willing to bet $50 that Sony will not have a showcase this year. This is why competing matters. They'll just keep doing half-assed state of plays. I mean, yeah, I wouldn't tell you not to take that bet, right? Like, I don't feel that confident. Yeah, when it comes to Sony, man, I can no longer say that I expect a showcase. I don't know if some people would find that surprising, but now that the dust has completely settled and the shows are over, and now we're just truly heading into the summer, what really did it for me, Caped Crusader, to kind of go on a different conversation here for a moment? What really did it for me was I was recently reminded of how Sony handled the PS4 Pro reveal and release. And I will take this opportunity to remind everybody, for those who maybe either don't know or have forgotten, there was a presentation, not a showcase, that Sony did for the PS4 Pro. They did it in September of 2016. When they did this presentation, they did not reveal new games. This presentation was focused on revealing the new console and revealing games that were optimized for it. Games that had already released, or games that were coming out in like a couple of months. I think Horizon Zero Dawn was one of the big games that they showcased, and that game was set to come out in like 5 months. So we already knew about it. We knew the release date for it. But there were no new like big hitter games revealed. Like, you didn't see Naughty Dog's new game revealed. You didn't see Sucker Punch's new game revealed. And I actually kind of forgot about this until recently. And so when I was reminded of that, it immediately killed any expectation I may have had in my mind for Sony doing a bigger show this year, because regardless of what I think about what Microsoft is doing, Sony has proven time and time again this generation that they're going to do things the way they see fit, whether that be, not having a showcase and just doing a state of play, or having a showcase where they focus on live service, or, just kind of what they've done this year, as I alluded to earlier, where we're just going to every 6 months show you what you're going to play in the next 6 months. And then every now and again, every once in a blue moon, we'll show you something a little bit further out, like a Death Stranding 2 or something like that. I can no longer predict, and I no longer want to predict what Sony's going to do. So, Cape Crusader, what I can say to your super chat is that's the way to go, man. Do not expect a showcase from Sony, because the worst thing a PlayStation fan could do right now, in my opinion, is assume that Sony's going to have a showcase this year and then find out, oh, wait, there is none. Do I think that's how Sony should handle it? No. If you want to know what I think Sony should do, I think Sony should do a showcase, obviously. I think they should. I think it would be quite surprising if we were to go into 2025 without knowing any games that are set to release in 2025. That would be bizarre. But I said the same thing in January of this year. You know what Sony did? Not a showcase. Sony said, okay, here's a state of play. It was a great one, by the way. It was a 40-minute state of play. It was probably the best one, easily the best one they've ever done. But it was a state of play. So here's how I view it now. Okay? I look at it as Sony will do a show of some kind whenever they feel they need to do a show of some kind. And if they don't feel like they need to, then they won't. And that means it could come at any month, at any time. And it could come in the form of a state of play, or it could come in the form of a showcase. They are truly unpredictable. They are more unpredictable than they ever have been. And a couple of weeks ago, or maybe like a month ago at this point, I told people when it comes to Sony PlayStation, the best thing you can do is to expect anything. And I hope people did take that advice, because literally a couple of weeks after I said that, they announced their first game going to Switch. The first Horizon game, with Lego Horizon. And a lot of people, I think, were totally shocked by that. I wasn't. Like, I was a little bit surprised. I was like, oh, okay. Yeah, that's a thing. I mean, the announcement itself was a little bit surprising, just because it kind of, that rumor came out of nowhere, and then it turned out to be true. But at the same time, there was like a part of me that's like, yeah, Sony will do anything at this point. Like, in my opinion, like they're willing to experiment more than ever. And there's one last thing I want to mention here before I continue or get back to the conversation we were having. You're saying this is why competing matters. I do agree. This is why Sony runs the risk, potentially, of getting too comfortable, where I guess it really depends on how you view things, because without bringing in all the noise, and with just evaluating things from a more objective standpoint, this is what we know in terms of competition. Sony has 5 games coming for the rest of 2024. They have 1 game coming in 2025, that being Death Stranding 2. They have 1 game coming in 2026, that being Wolverine. And that's it. That's all we know. And so, on top of that, we know the PS5 is still doing well. Sony's expecting to sell 18 million PS5s between now and March of next year. Sony's making more money than they've ever made. They are trying to increase the profits, and we'll see how they do. You could argue that's really the only area where they're starting to struggle a little bit. And yeah, that's it. That's objectively like what we know about Sony PlayStation. And when we look at the competition, or what we would consider the competition, that being Microsoft, they had a showcase where they've shown. I mean, to be honest, I don't even know how many games Microsoft has at this point. It seems like an ungodly amount. Like, for the rest of this year, for 2025, for 2026, and beyond. They are just showing the whole thing here. They're not holding anything back. So Microsoft basically showed, hey, here's what we have for basically the remainder of this generation. And I don't know, maybe the reasons, maybe like Gears of War, is that going to be next? I don't know. I'm assuming that's this gen. And we look at that. So we know for Microsoft what's coming for the rest of this year, what's coming for 2025, and a little bit of what's coming for 2026. Their console is not selling very well. It's struggling. And Microsoft is also making more money than they ever have. And I think more profit than they ever have. I think more profit than they ever have. And that's obviously due to their major acquisitions, you know? So when we compare these two things, it's hard for me to honestly figure out like what Sony should be doing. You know what I mean? I think it's easy to take the stance of, well, Sony should have a big showcase. Sony should show us all the stuff they have for the second half. Sony should do this, this, and that. But it's like, I've been saying Sony should do this, this, and that for the past 2.5 to 3 years, and they haven't. And they're doing better than ever. So it makes me wonder, like, if I'm truly in touch or actually understanding from the business side of what they should do. Maybe I really have just been speaking more so from the consumer side, from the fan side, where it's like, this is what I want them to do. And we'll see. You know, the proof is always in the pudding. And the pudding in this case is, we'll look at the numbers, we'll check the earnings reports when they come out, and we'll see what all of this results in. Because, you know, you can create a flash in a pan, right? And it gets everybody's attention. But what does it actually mean? What does it actually result in? We're going to have to wait and see. Because I would have told you a year and a half ago that if Sony doesn't have a big, amazing showcase where they reveal their lineup of games and we finally hear from all these studios, I would have told you PS5 sales are going to go off a cliff. People are going to start walking away. People are going to get fed up, and the excitement's going to die, and Sony's going to struggle. And I was completely wrong. Sony's not struggling at all. Like, they're not doing perfect, and they've talked about how there are things that they're looking to improve, but I was completely wrong. And so I guess, Cape Crusader, you just kind of got me going into this direction of, there's always this need, this feeling of a need where I have to predict what they're going to do next. And surely, based off of everything I know and the calculations and following their moves, this is what they're going to do next. I don't know. I have absolutely no idea, dude. And the only thing I'm willing to say that I do know, that I feel confident in based off of rumors and reports, is that the PS5 Pro is coming this year. And that's about it. Tarnish the Witch, you're saying, I don't know, MBG, the lack of first party could be a sign of struggle. I would agree with that. But something else I do try to point out to people, and this is not to get people's hopes up, because we don't know what Sony is talking about. I don't tell people this to get their hopes up, but it's more just letting you know that Sony told their investors a couple weeks back that, yeah, we're not going to make the most amount of money for the rest of this fiscal year, which ends again March 2025. But they said we're planning on making way more money from first party games in fiscal year 2025 and fiscal year 2026. So basically the next 2 years after March 2025. So that would take us to March 20. Okay, so basically to March 2027, which I guess would practically be close to, oh man. Yeah, that would be close to next gen at that point. But essentially what Sony said to their investors is, we're going to make way more money off of first party. over the course of those 2 years. So, again, it's not me telling you, hey, you should be excited. No, don't be, because you have no idea what they're talking about. What I'm telling you is that this is what they're telling their investors. So, apparently, Sony is banking on me and you and many other PlayStation players spending a lot of money on first-party games sometime after March 2025. So it's hard to say if it's a sign of struggle or if it's just a down year. We're going to find out. We'll find out together. I mean, I could sit here and say I want Sony to do this and they should do that. I've been doing that, man. But I've just come to realize that, Sony's not going to do what I want them to do all the time. Just like Microsoft isn't. Just like Nintendo isn't. Just like Valve isn't. Like, it just doesn't work like that. I'm going to voice what I want. And if it happens, it happens. Awesome. If not, okay, well, maybe next time. When it comes to the competitive aspect, Caped Crusader, I'm still unsure of what the competition between Sony and Microsoft looks like at this point, because I think after Microsoft's showcase, there was this big sense of, oh man, Sony just got uppercutted. And I feel that. Like, yeah, like in that moment, it's like, yo, what did Microsoft just do to Sony? But once that moment comes and goes, the show is over. Now it's back to just normal everyday, like, okay, let's see what happens now. You realize that we're not really going to know until closer to the end of the year. Like, we're not going to actually be able to understand the implications, the true implications, until the pudding is in front of us, so to speak. And that comes in the next few months or closer to the end of the year, like I said. And I'm eager to know. I'm eager to know if what Microsoft just did really does hurt PS5 console sales, if it really does hit Sony where it hurts the most, because until Microsoft does something that hits Sony where it hurts the most, Sony is not going to have any fear of what Microsoft is doing. Jill, I forgot to let you guys know something. Sure, you can see where Boss is looking. There's a window right here. There's a bird feeder on that window. And there are these doves, like a family of doves that love this bird feeder. But there's this one dove. Pretty sure he's the male. Got that kind of alpha energy. When it runs out of bird feeder, he gets pissed. And he lets me know. And Mrs. MBG, he lets us know that the bird feeder's empty. And the way he does this is he flies up to the window and he just starts like flapping his wings really aggressively against the window. Yeah, it's pretty intense. And Boss freaks out a little bit. And just yesterday, I almost had a serious situation unfold where he actually tried to jump up to the window and rip. It's outside, obviously, so he couldn't get it. But he tried to actually like attack this bird. And I had to like yell at Boss, like, get down, stop. Because he was about to literally knock down everything I just set up. So I forgot to mention this. If you see Boss acting a little crazy or just his gaze is fixed at something above, that's what he's looking at. We have a Michael Stanbrook here with the super chat saying, we should be playing The Last of Us multiplayer this year. I can't get over the fact it was canceled and instead we have Concord. Nobody asked for this. We wanted factions. This gen is disappointing. Yeah, I agree. That's a huge... I would say The Last of Us factions getting canceled. And yeah, the fact that we're playing Concord instead this year, or like that's what we have this year instead, is probably one of the single most disappointing things that I can recall experiencing in following PlayStation and you know, following their studios and what they're doing. Guys, give me 1 sec. I have to let Leia in. Hold on. She was meowing and crying at the door, so I had to let her in. But yeah, Michael, I agree that this is something where I don't blame Sony for listening to Naughty Dog, right? Naughty Dog says, listen, we don't want to become a live service studio. We want to keep making single player games. And Sony says, okay. And they do this knowing that they have maybe no choice but to cancel The Last of Us. Get down. Get down. Boss, you need to get down. You're going to knock it over. Sorry. This cat's destroying stuff over here. I don't blame Sony for making that decision because I do think that that's the right decision. You know, if a studio like Naughty Dog comes up to you and says, we can't do this because we don't want to do this, we want to make single player games, then yeah, you listen to them and you say, okay, we're not going to force you to become a live service studio. But what I will say is disappointing is Sony's lack of leadership and management with that situation, where Sony should have known, and it blows my mind that they or Naughty Dog seemingly didn't know, that if you're going to pursue this undertaking of making a live service Last of Us game, surely you understand what it's going to require. Surely you understand you're not going to be able to make the biggest and best, most AAA narrative single player experiences while simultaneously managing a massive scale live service game, right? And it seems like Sony's leadership didn't know that. They either A, didn't know that, or B, didn't care. And when it comes to Naughty Dog's leadership, they either A, didn't know that, or B, I don't want to say didn't care, just said, we'll figure it out when we get there. And I think they got there and they realized, oh. So I do agree that it is incredibly disappointing and it shouldn't have went down that way. What should have happened, like hindsight 2020, of course, but it's very clear now what should have happened is Naughty Dog should have made Factions 2 and shipped it either with The Last of Us Part 2 or as a free update for The Last of Us Part 2 if they wanted to make it a little bit bigger. Just a little bit, like another extra year of development or something like that. That's what they should have done. And the big mistake, and we won't really know whose fault it was. I guess we could assume it was Jim Ryan's fault. But the big critical mistake, the Achilles heel, so to speak, of the situation with Naughty Dog and The Last of Us multiplayer came in the form of when they decided we want to make one of the biggest and best live service games ever made. Somebody should have known right from the start that no, do not do that. It will fail because you guys will want to keep making single player games. Somebody should have had enough foresight to know that. And basically, I would say we suffered the most as fans because we were led to believe that Factions 2 not happening for The Last of Us Part 2 is overall a good thing because they're going to make something even better. And then we followed that thing for 3 years and we didn't see anything of it except 2 pieces of concept art. And then one day we just found out, yeah, that thing that we said we were going to make that would be even bigger and even better, it is. But we're not releasing it and we're canceling it because we don't want to support it. And that, to me, is something that I won't forget. I'm not going to hold a grudge or something, but I won't forget that, like, Naughty Dog, you shit the bed here. And Sony, you did too, because now we did get Helldivers 2, which is great, but it's crazy to think that we could have gotten Helldivers 2 this year, and then by the end of this year, also this Last of Us multiplayer game. But here's the real kicker of it all. And here's Michael, where I will say Naughty Dog and Sony are continuing to make a mistake. It's not bad that Naughty Dog is now going to make single-player games. That is good. What is bad is after everything that just happened, you give us The Last of Us Part 2 with no factions 2, and you say that it's because we're making a live service game. You give us The Last of Us Part 1, a remake that, let's face it, nobody was really asking for. And then you give us The Last of Us Part 2 remastered. The least you could do, Naughty Dog, this is where I will get a little bit pushy. The least you could do is make good with the factions fan base you do have by saying, listen, we're going to rework, this multiplayer a little bit. We're going to have a small but dedicated team. We're going to rework it, and we're going to make factions too. And we're going to give it to you guys. Hell, even charge for it if you want, $20 or something, if it's that content packed. They could at least do that. But what bothers me the most is they just said, we're done here. It's canceled. And we had to do it. And now we're moving on. That bothers me because it's just like you can't at least just deliver. You can't at least just deliver the bare minimum of what this dedicated fan base that's been waiting for over a decade for, a follow-up to this. You can't just deliver that. That's what bothers me the most. It's not that they canceled the live service and said, we're not going to support live service. It's not that they decided to do single-player games. It's that they just basically completely shunned any of the people who were excited for it, the multiplayer that is, and especially those who have remained dedicated to Factions 1 for all those years. I just think that's a little shitty. I do. And maybe with The Last of Us Part 3. I see somebody in the chat saying MBG staring at the camera, directly into the camera while talking, is unsettling. I apologize. We have Mullen here with a super chat saying, state your goalpost for Concord to judge its success. Will it beat God of War's peak CCU 80K? If yes, success. Let's be accountable and set expectations. That's fair. That's fair. Let me think about it. God of War. So, to be honest, I would actually lower it a little bit more than that. Here's what I think. If Concord can get between 30, and I'm going to be a little bit liberal with this, between 30 and 50,000 concurrent users, and I think that still might be too high. If we're talking about the paid game, that is, not the beta, like when the game's actually out, people have to buy it to play it. If it could hit at least 30,000 CCUs, I would say that's a success. Yeah, I would. I would say that's pretty successful. But there's a part of me that feels like I might need to lower that a little bit more. Where I guess for me, it's like I wouldn't be shocked if this game struggled to get over 20,000 CCUs. I wouldn't be shocked by that. But I'm thinking 30K at the minimum to be considered like, okay, maybe this game is going to have its own audience, potentially. Because, you're talking about 30,000 players, at least a good chunk of those players will probably be like, oh, yeah, I like this game. I liked it enough to buy it and play it. So you're probably going to stick around at least for a little while. But I don't think it's going to go to 80K. No, I don't think it's going to go to 80K. I would be quite surprised. If it goes beyond 50, I would be pretty surprised. I'll be honest with you. If it went beyond 50K concurrents, I would be surprised. Maybe I'm lowballing it. Maybe I'm being way too low, but that's a good thing. If that's my personal expectation for what I would consider like it a success, what's needed for success, I guess that works for the game, not against it. So for me, on the low end, 30K, CCUs on the high end, 50K. And if it goes beyond 50K, I will look at that as, okay, I'm quite surprised. This game might be more successful than I thought. Oof. Yeah, see, that's not good. Fernando, you're saying Concord is number 6,830 on Steam top sellers. Yeah, that's why I'm saying I think I might have to lower that a little bit. But then again, let's see how the beta does. Let's see after the open beta if that shoots it up, you know? All right, we have Sean Mitchell here with a super chat as well. Says, would be nice to get more deeper dives with gameplay for some of the games that showed up for Xbox. PlayStation just needs one good showcase, MBG. Yeah, I agree with that. I agree. Some people might disagree where if Sony has one good showcase, that's not enough. No, it is. Trust me, it is. If anything, what we just watched from Microsoft should be proof enough that, yeah, all it takes is one good showcase. But that's the problem, right? Is Sony's just kind of in this position. They're in this like holding pattern where it's like, Sony, you just need one good showcase. So get on with it. And Sony's just like, a what? It's like a showcase? And they're like, state of play. It's like, okay. That's how I imagine the conversation is between the fans and Sony, you know? But Sean, I absolutely agree. It just takes one good showcase. And I think Microsoft probably is going to have deeper dives on some of these games, certainly. Like, the thing is, they have so many different games that, I mean, they're probably going to have to start doing like kind of similar to what Sony has done in the past with dedicated stated plays for individual games. They'll probably have to start doing that for some of their individual games. And that's good, you know? I think that's what people want to see. They want to get more info, learn more about these games. Some of those games I would like to learn more about as well. We have the Caped Crusader once again. Thank you guys for the super chat. Whoa. Hey. Boss is always getting up to nonsense, man. Caped Crusader once again says, my hopes for PlayStation these days are so low. Also, the PS5 Pro better play all games at 4K 60 FPS at the least, or else it's useless. Bring back Sean Layden. Well, Sean Layden's definitely not coming back. That's for sure. I also feel pretty sure in saying that not all games are going to run at 4K 60 FPS, Caped Crusader. As disappointing as that may sound for you, it's just not going to happen. You know, the PS5 Pro will likely do a lot of big things for certain games, and certainly many more games will run at 4K 60 FPS, but it's not going to be able to, like, because it is still going to be a PS5. You know what I mean? The CPU inside of the PS5 Pro is still going to be the same CPU that's inside of the PS5 currently. And so because of that, there are just going to be certain scenarios where the Pro will be pretty limited in what it can do. But because most games are GPU heavy and GPU reliant, and most game engines are, the Pro will be able to do a lot of heavy lifting for a lot of games. But, you know, that's based off of what we know. We still have yet to get official confirmation from Sony that they're releasing a PS5 Pro. We'll see if that happens in the coming months. And Caped Crusader, I appreciate the super chats, bud. Thank you guys for all the super chats. So let's kind of regroup here and get back to the main topic of discussion. By the way, feel free to super chat anything you like. I thrive off the super chats, obviously. I thrive off the membership gifts as well. But super chats, if you want to steer the conversation into some other topics with them, feel free. Try to keep it reasonable, of course. But I don't want to make it sound like you guys are doing anything wrong by talking about other things in the super chats. I actually do appreciate it. It kind of helps break up the singular focus a little bit. But we were talking about Silent Hill 2 Remake, and that's the third game that Sony has lined up for the remainder of 2024. And, you know, I guess I've said pretty much everything I could say on it. Just to close it out and move on to the fourth game, I am still excited for Silent Hill 2 Remake. I do think it looks good. It doesn't look perfect. It looks like it is a little rough around the edges, and I am still a little bit trepidatious about if Bluebird Team is going to be able to actually pull off and nail, you know, really everything they're going to need to in order to truly do complete justice to a masterpiece like Silent Hill 2. You know, it's not necessarily an easy task, but it's again, my expectation is when I play this game October 8th, I want to walk away from it just being like, you know what? It didn't blow my mind. It wasn't the greatest remake I ever played, but it was enjoyable and I appreciated a lot of what it was doing. And if it can do that, I'll be happy. So for me, Silent Hill 2 is definitely one I'm looking forward to. So out of the 3 games we covered so far, 2 of these games I'm completely on board with: Astro Bot and Silent Hill 2 Remake. One in September, one in October. So Sony's got me covered for 2 of the 6 months for the remainder of the year. Concord, I'm going to say nah on that one. So that's 1 month where maybe Sony isn't going to have me covered. I will say, though, thank you for that, IP Gaming. I will say, when it comes to August, because that's when Concord is coming out, I'm actually completely okay with Sony not really having something for me that month if Concord isn't going to be something I want to play, because I'll have Black Myth Wukong, which comes out August 20th. So that'll certainly keep me covered. I just wish it was coming out earlier in August. All right, so we have Figuratively Literal here with a super chat. Thank you for that, buddy. Saying Astro was the most wish-listed game from the summer, according to IGN, ahead of Doom, etc. Also, just think they could have shown Astro last year. You know, I will say, when Sony did reveal Astro, the biggest shock to me was the fact that it's coming this year. That really surprised me, and so soon, like literally just a couple of months. Could we be getting a bit of an indication that the rumors and the reports are true, that Sony is allowing their studios to get much closer to launch before revealing their games? Because this is like the closest I think we've ever seen, man. And we have actually Get Some Trismegistus.
Get some!
Once it had to lower that a little bit. Once again, coming in, dropping another 5 bomb on you guys, another 5 memberships doled out by our good friend Exley here. Exley, I really appreciate the continued support you're showing me and the community here. That's, I think, 15 memberships just from you alone today, buddy. So thank you so much for that. You just brought us up to 18 members on the day. Guys, we are so close now. We are less than 10 memberships away from hitting the first goal of the day, where we can feed the beast, you know? So thank you for that, Exley. Good stuff, bud. And just another reminder, anybody who's getting gifted those memberships, starting tomorrow, we're bringing the Members Lounge back. All right? We'll be doing a lot of Members Lounge episodes, and we will be playing games in these Members Lounges. We'll be having all different types of conversations, so please look forward to that. And yeah, Figuratively Literal, to get back to your super chat though, man, you're absolutely right. You're pointing out something that I don't think we've paid enough attention to, which is Sony could have absolutely revealed Astro Bot either earlier this year or even last year. And they didn't. They chose to save it specifically for this moment, like just 3 months before it comes out. Now, I'm not saying Sucker Punch is not going to reveal Ghost of Tsushima 2 until it's coming out in 3 months, like it within 3 months of release. No. But I think if we look at a game like Astro, which is not considered a major tentpole, like, no, not like this colossal, massive budget game that's going to need insane marketing, they're willing to give it 3 months. Announce, 3 months of marketing, and then release. I take a much bigger game like Ghost of Tsushima 2 or the next Naughty Dog game, and I'm thinking, dude, they could absolutely really reveal these games within 1 year of release. That would be clearly more than enough time for them. So I think it's very important to not overlook this fact and not overlook that, yeah, this is seemingly a new way that Sony wants to do things, and they're letting their studios. And you know what? If you're Team Asobi, how awesome must that have been, right? Think about it from the development team's perspective, where Team Asobi's been working on this new Astro game since 2020, since the PS5 launched. And there's been like no pressure on them since 2020, where like you got to show up at this event, you got to have a vertical slice, you got to have a new trailer. You don't need anything. When the game's done, let us know. I mean, obviously they're shooting for milestones and they have some frame of reference of like, we want this to be a 2024 game. But yeah, no crunch, no pressure, like not, the negative kind, the kind that becomes like toxic. This is just very much like clearly Team Asobi's pushing themselves to make the best game they possibly can. But I just think that from their perspective, it's probably pretty awesome to just be like, yeah, the game's done. We can launch it this year. And Sony's like, all right, how about September? And they're like, sure. And we'll just spend the next couple months really polishing it to a mirror sheen. That's pretty cool. I imagine that that's pretty beneficial to the entire development team. All right. So, guys, do me a favor and hit that like button. We are sitting at 160 likes, which is great to see. Thank you for getting us up to 160 likes. 60 likes, excuse me. Let's see if we can push that to 175, maybe even 200. It helps the streams more than you know. But I want to talk about the fourth game now. And the fourth game is one that is, I think, kind of coming at us by surprise. That is Lego Horizon Adventures. Now, I got to ask you guys first and foremost, how are you feeling about Lego Horizon Adventures? And I see a good question in the chat. Do you think that strategy helps with the marketing budget? Yes, I do. I do. I think that it probably helps quite a bit. That's another aspect to, we might want to consider here as to why Sony might be allowing their studios to get much closer to launch before showing these games. And we have PlayStation Pete, a longtime member for 30 months. Thank you for that, PlayStation Pete. You're saying played Stellar Blade demo back in February, beat it, then bought the game, died 5 times in the parking lot garage, returned it. Then played the second demo, died twice, but making progress. Don't want to repurchase because Astro Bot comes out soon. That is that's just like a crazy timeline of events there, PlayStation Pete. It sounds like you're having this kind of struggle with Stellar Blade where you can't quite decide if it's worth rebuying again. But you know what? Hey, you're just sticking with the demo. That's fine, man. That's why it's there. Maybe at some point in the future you'll return to it. I hope you do. It's a good game. Stellar Blade's a good game. I was saying, PlayStation P, you're talking to me about your struggle with Stellar Blade. I returned to Elden Ring, and what I'm doing in Elden Ring right now is I'm trying to go to all the bosses that I didn't beat. I knew when I beat Elden Ring like 2 years ago that, dude, I think I only beat half the bosses in that game. Because that's the thing. To beat Elden Ring, like to beat the game, you can miss like half the boss battles. And half of these boss battles are like some of the hardest in the game. So I've been kind of trophy hunting and hunting these bosses. And I'm really stuck at this one part. So I guess in that sense, I can kind of feel for you, man. Yes, that's true, actually. We do need to hear about that Liza P DLC. Yes, I almost forgot about that. Why did I skip the bosses? I actually didn't do it purposely. I think my problem with Elden Ring, my first time playing through, I'll be honest with you, man, like, the game just overwhelmed me. It still is overwhelming now. Like, I remember getting this super chat from somebody a couple weeks ago where they were like, bro, I'm 400 hours in the Elden Ring and I still haven't beaten it. And my first instinctive reaction to that was, I mean, I feel like that really 400 hours and you still haven't beat it. But now, like, I totally get it. Now that I'm like back playing it, I'm like, yeah, dude, if you're not like looking up guides and stuff and you're not figuring this stuff out by watching guides and going on YouTube or going on wikis, dude, I think you could easily spend 400 hours just exploring half of that game. Elden Ring frustrates me a little bit. Come on, boss. Come on. It frustrates me a little bit because of how overwhelming it is. But when I kind of take a step back and I just look at it more objectively, where, like, for example, this dragon god boss or this dragon lord boss that I discovered, totally extra boss that is, you have to like find a secret hidden area to even access this boss. And this boss battle is like one of the most insane in the game. And From Software is just totally nuts, where they're like, yeah, we'll just make that a bonus boss that 80% of players could miss. I'm like, what? But that's the thing, man, is when I'm looking at this stuff, I mean, even just kind of exploring some of the areas in Elden Ring again, kind of like refamiliarizing myself with it. Yeah, dude, you can't deny From Software's just sheer expertise, man. Like in some ways, it feels like it's kind of unfair to other developers, where like I look at some of the art direction and some of these levels and the level layouts and the designs and the enemy variety and the bosses, and I'm like, dude, I don't know how they do it. I'll be honest with you, man. Like, I don't know how they do it, but the game is just so overwhelming that I feel like I'm getting a better hold of it now. I was checking my playtime. I have, as of right now, a total of 115 hours in Elden Ring. So, boss. But hey, no. This cat, bro. You're being real bad. But hold on. No, you can't do that. You can't do that. This cat is legitimately trying to destroy my setup from behind it. I can't believe he did that. He's about to take out the camera. Did he take out the camera? No, we're good. Okay. I got to keep an eye on him. He's so ridiculous, man. But PlayStation Pete, I am happy to hear that you're excited for Astro. And we have Sean Mitchell with a super chat, and he says, have you seen the collector's edition of Snake Eater MBG? Would you have tried to secure it as well? I think it looks good, but at the same time, it's modern Konami, LOL. Yeah, so when I saw the collector's edition for Metal Gear Solid Delta, I mean, at first I was like extremely upset that by the time I got to check it out, it was sold out. But then I saw the contents and I'm like, it's basically a little terrarium. And it didn't look bad, but I don't know, man. What I was really hoping for was like a premium statue of Snake or something. Like if you look at the terrarium, it's of like the beginning area when Snake is on one knee, like kind of talking on the codec. And I was thinking, like, instead of a terrarium, if you just made that like a 16 or 17 inch, like nice statue of Snake, just kind of, talking on the codec, I'd be like, oh yeah, I would 100% want that. But the terrarium kind of like, I don't know about that. Mrs. MBG really liked it though. Mrs. MBG insists that terrarium is like the coolest thing ever. And she was like telling me like, you got to get it. So maybe one day, but yeah, I wasn't able to secure it. It sold out quick. Sold out really quick. How much would I pay for that? I mean, 200 is probably the most. Yeah. I mean, you see these like really premium collector's edition like statues and stuff. And I know for some people that's like a hobby in and of itself, like collecting these really premium statues. But they're like insanely expensive, dude. Like hundreds, sometimes thousands of dollars. I'm like, oh no, I could never do that. For as cool as some of these statues look, and it would be really cool to have them, I don't think I could ever justify spending that type of money unless I was like rich. But even then, I'd be terrified. What if something happens to him? You know, boss, you are being a bad boy. Behave yourself. Oh, there's people scalping them already for like $400. Oh wow, that's disappointing. Yeah, I wonder if Konami's gonna maybe they're gonna make more. Maybe they were just trying to gauge the demand for it. But thank you for the super chat, Sean. All right, guys, I'm going to give a little bit of encouragement right now just because Boss is losing his mind over here. So we are at 18 members. Okay, we're 7 away. We're 7 members away from hitting our goal. If we hit our goal of 25, I will feed the beast. I will tame the beast, at least temporarily. And I will be able to give him his snacks because he's losing it over here. He's losing it. He's actually trying to bite the lamp over here, and I don't know why he's doing that. Like, do you want to get electrocuted? I mean, I know you're a cat and you have a smaller brain than a human, but bro, come on. All right. Where were we? Okay, so the fourth game that Sony has lined up for the second half of 2024, Lego Horizon Adventures. Man, I really am unsure of how to feel about this game because on one hand, I'm not excited for it. I don't really care about Lego Horizon Adventures. It's just not a game that really appeals to me or speaks to me. I never really got into the Lego games. I played them a little bit here and there on occasion, but I'm not the biggest fan of the Horizon franchise. So like if this was like Lego Bloodborne, which a lot of people were talking about, or like Lego God of War, I think I would feel much more strongly about it. Or like Lego Last of Us or something. That'd be pretty sick. Horizon is one of the franchises that I'm not like super thrilled. You know, like this Lego Horizon Adventure is not necessarily making me jump for joy. And Exley answers the call here. Exley's trying to encourage you guys. He drops another 5-bomb. Exley, thank you so much, man. He's doing some heavy lifting for this community today, and he's trying to help out Boss right now. Exley drops another 5-bomb. I think that's 20 memberships from Exley alone today, guys. He's trying to encourage you. Drop some singles here. Drop some singles. He brings us up to 23 members. Guys, we are 2 away. 2 members away. I know we can do it. I know we can do it, guys. I believe in you. Boss believes in you. And Michael Cintron comes in and goes above and beyond. He's answering the call as well. He drops 10 more memberships, a 10-bomb from Michael, and then Hellbound 1981 with another 5-bomb. Hellbound does it just like that, a full-blown member train, bringing us up to 38 members. You guys are incredible. Thank you so much. We have such an awesome community. Boss is about to get super hype. Thanks to you guys. Really, really appreciate what you guys do for this community. I asked for basically 7 more memberships to get us to the goal, and you guys go above and beyond, get us to 38. You love to see it. So you know what time it is.
Boss, do you read me? It's time to feed the beast.
Did you guys see that? I think he recognizes that now. Let me play it one more time.
Boss, do you read me? It's time to feed the... Boss, do you read me? It's time to feed the beast.
I'm sorry, I just have to play it a couple more times. He actually knows what that means now. It's time, boss. You've been waiting. Time to feed the beast. Here we go, bud. There you go. That's courtesy of this amazing community. They want to make sure you're getting your snacks here. It's been a couple days, you know? It's been like 3 or 4 days since he's had snacks. That's so funny that he recognizes that soundbite, though. I'm really training this cat. You guys are training this cat. Let me update this member goal, and we'll continue our conversation. Let me, oh, hold on. Looks like it might be a little glitched out. Let's see. hear him crunching over there. All right. So, yeah, just another thank you. You know, I just feel like I have to really express my gratitude towards this community, especially those who are dropping, you know, so many membership gifts, because I don't do sponsorships here, and I rely on you guys to be able to do this. So, just once again, a big thank you from me and Boss. And with that being said, we have Anonymous Boss, a member for 11 months. Thank you for that. Saying, MBG, are you even more hyped if we get a Metal Gear Solid 1 remake? P.S. Then ask the chat if everyone would be hyped if we get a Factions 2 later down the line. Well, to answer the question first, well, I'll ask the chat first. Chat. Anonymous Boss wants to know, would you be hyped? Like, would you, in a way, maybe forgive the situation that went down with Factions 2 if eventually Naughty Dog did come out and make good and say, listen, we are doing a Last of Us Part 3 later on, and we are going to have a proper follow-up to Factions with Factions 2. It's not going to be live service. Would you be hyped for that? I would be. It would be a little bit disappointing that it's like so far away, but I would definitely be hyped for that, where it's like, thank you, Naughty Dog. We've been waiting for this. But when it comes to the first question, would I be even more excited if we got a Metal Gear Solid 1 remake? Yes. Yes, dude, listen. After seeing so far what Konami's doing with Metal Gear Solid Delta, seeing how well they're doing with it, in my opinion, like, I think they're nailing it. I really do. I'm so pleasantly surprised at the level of competence that Konami is showing right now with this remake, because it could have went south, man. It could have went wrong in so many ways. It gives me a lot of faith that if this I think it's going to sell well. I mean, it's Metal Gear. I think it's safe to say this remake's going to sell well. And when it does, I think they're going to greenlight more remakes. And there were actually some rumors earlier on. I don't think it was earlier this year, but last year, there was some rumors circulating that Konami had already internally greenlit some future remakes with like Metal Gear Solid 1. Absolutely, I would be over the moon. I'd be thrilled. I want to see Konami go in this direction. I am a little bit more concerned about something like a Metal Gear Solid 1 remake. Come on. Bro, come on. Sorry, I'm just trying to give him some catnip because he needs his catnip now too. I'm a little bit more concerned about something like a Metal Gear Solid 1 remake, only because it is significantly older than something like Metal Gear Solid 3, and it is lacking in the area of like some of the features and improvements that were made, or additions that were made with MGS 3. But at the same time, I think that if they can do such a good job as we're seeing here with MGS 3, then it gives me a lot more faith that I think they could nail a Metal Gear Solid 1 remake. Here's the real question I have when it comes to Metal Gear. The real question I have is, would Konami be willing to attempt? It'd be very risky, I won't lie. But I don't think people would necessarily be opposed to it. Would Konami be willing to attempt to properly remake the original Metal Gear 1 and Metal Gear 2? Because we're starting with MGS 3 Delta, right? And then there's Metal Gear Solid 5, which I think, well, hold on. There's MGS Delta, then Portable Ops, I guess, would come after that. But I don't know if we would count. Would we really need a remake of Portable Ops? I don't know about that. Then after that, there's Peace Walker. Now, a Peace Walker remake, oh man, I don't know how they would handle that, because the gameplay is so vastly different in many ways, but it would be an undertaking, that's for sure. But then you have the original Metal Gear 1 and 2 for MSX, and it's like, if Konami wanted to attempt to remake that, they could basically do, I don't want to say whatever they want, but they could rework that significantly. And I think people would be okay with it. I could be wrong. Some people would be upset because it's like, you can't mess with Kojima's original vision, but it's like, dude, I think even Kojima would be okay with, you know, some things being reworked and kind of remolded, because this was a game that was made in literally the 80s on what is now ancient hardware. That would be, yeah, exactly, more of a reimagining. Thank you. That's a more appropriate way to describe it. A reimagining of the original Metal Gear 1 and 2. I really wonder if Konami would be willing to do something like that, because that could be their way. They could call that Metal Gear Solid 6, and it would kind of make sense. You know, it would kind of make sense. But, yeah, I could go on forever about Metal Gear, truthfully. We have Hollywood Will Burn with a $2 super chat, and their 10th time super chatting. Thank you for that, buddy. Saying, wish Lego Horizon was more like the Skywalker saga. Yeah, I will say something that is interesting to me about this Lego Horizon adventure game, getting back to that, is it doesn't seem to be very similar at all to the, to the other batch of Lego games that we've gotten for many years now from Traveler's Tale Games, where they were the Lego, they still, I think, are the Lego people, and they have a kind of blueprint and a formula for how they make a Lego game and what the expectation of that Lego game will be. And I think that there may be some similarities here from what we're seeing with Lego Horizon, but Lego Horizon seems to kind of just be doing its own thing, which is not something I expected. So, I don't know, maybe it could just be the beginning of something. So it's Horizon working in conjunction with Studio Gobo. I think that's the studio that's helping them with it. We have Perfect Image, a member for 13 months. Thank you for that, buddy. Saying, everyone, what are your thoughts on Sony buying the Alamo Drafthouse Theater? Would it be a home base for PlayStation? You're saying day one for Black Ops 6 and Metal Gear Solid. Did you finish Rise of the Ronin? And I don't understand the last part of what you're saying here. I did finish Rise of the Ronin, yes, and very much enjoyed that game. I didn't platinum it, though. But when you're saying, what do we think of... So I will just put this out there. It was pretty interesting that Sony randomly bought the Alamo Drafthouse Theater. I've never been to this movie theater before, but I heard really good things about it. So that's pretty cool. Will it be a home base, or as you're calling it, for PlayStation? Thank you for that Perfect Image. No, probably not. If I had to guess, what they're doing with this has everything to do with Sony Pictures. We know Sony is still making a lot of movies, and it's a huge division underneath Sony as a whole. So yeah, I don't think it really has anything to do with PlayStation. More so for Sony Pictures and their movie division. And then we have Rich Rod 908 with, I'm sure it'll be a delightful super chat. Thank you, Rich Rod, saying, Gangsta, PS Gangsta lineup, greater than Xbox's lineup, MB Gangstas. And there you go. Obligatory Gangsta super chat from Rich Rod. Thank you for that. Some real insight there. Some real insight. But yes, Lego Horizon. Really quick, actually saying, did you see... Hold on. Actually saying, did you see Team Ninja said Rise of the Ronin is their all-time best-selling game, MBG, and that's just on PS5? Yes. Yes, we did talk about that. It was very brief in one of my recent streams, but yeah, just want to give a shout out to Team Ninja and to Rise of the Ronin. That's actually great news. I don't know if it's going to hit the sales milestone, I think, of 5 million. Maybe it will over time, but the fact that it's the best-selling game they've ever put out so far, and it is only on PS5, is impressive. So I'm happy for them, man. I think that they made a pretty good game. Don't chew that. Don't chew that. Do Rag MBG must be back. I'm sorry I keep leaning over. Boss is making me nervous. I just have so many wires down here. I just have to make sure he's not chewing on something. If I'm not paying attention, He'll end up chewing right through a wire and the stream will be over. I don't want that. But yes, Lego Horizon Adventures. This is the 4th game that Sony has coming this year. And what's super interesting about Lego Horizon Adventures, in my opinion, is it's another game that Sony was like, hey guys, here's a new game. And it's coming out in a couple months. I feel like we're just seeing a different version of Sony PlayStation in the second half of 2024 than we've seen. I don't know if I can say ever, but in a long time, where this is just very uncommon for Sony to just come out and drop so many different new games and be like, yeah, they're coming out in a couple months. Now, I do have a little bit of new info for you when it comes to Lego Horizon Adventures, and I wanted to go over this because I think this is, for a lot of people, I think Lego Horizon Adventures is the big question mark. I mean, if you're not a fan of Lego, then you already know you're not going to be into this because you're not into Lego. But for those who are interested, I have info that you guys might find useful. Once again, coming from Shinobi602 on Twitter. He says here, made in Unreal Engine 5 and will feature ray tracing. 2 modes on PS5, fidelity 30 FPS, performance 60 FPS. It's roughly 7 to 8 hours long with elements of replayability, up to 2-player online and couch co-op, but no crossplay. Reshapes the story of 2017's Horizon Zero Dawn in ways that make it more appealing and appropriate for kids. Not a faithful retelling, but it's also not a parody either. We wanted to poke fun at the IP. We wanted to use all the self-referential humor that's characteristic of Lego properties. Original cast from Horizon Zero Dawn returns. Aloy moves in a fun, quirky stop-motion style. Aloy uses her bow for combat and exploration. Holding square lets her use her bow at targets, while R1 activates her focus to highlight major targets in blue. Unleash powerful attacks using the environment. Shooting an arrow through a bonfire creates a flaming projectile, adding extra damage to enemies, or setting grass, vines, etc. on fire to open new paths. Shoot barrels and other objects to find studs, aka Lego currency. Chests are found exploring off the main path. Aloy can discover special piles of bricks she can use to craft various designs like a sailboat, doghouse, etc. All Mother Tree Village Hub lets you upgrade your weapons or use studs to buy upgrades. You can also customize costumes or your hut, specifically its roof. You install one with a roller coaster. You can install one with a roller coaster, for example. Yard, plot, and hut color. You can outfit NPCs with attire from the Horizon games and other Lego properties. There are also temporary upgrades you can find in the world. One example lets Varl use 12 spear throws before breaking down. Ability upgrades. Lego Brick Separator unleashes a powerful melee move that can take an enemy apart. Dislodging highlighted parts of a machine can sometimes even reward a new weapon. A long legs severed horn begins to spin that can be kicked towards enemies for a bonus attack. Blast boost upgrade. Jumping over an enemy will set them on fire. And hot dog cart upgrade. Quickly assembled with a hot dog man who lobs hot dog bombs across the combat field to great and delicious effect. So yeah, that's all of like the compiled information we got about Lego Horizon Adventures. And what's interesting to me is we're not hearing anything about the release date specifically, although it is confirmed to be releasing this year. So it could be October, November, or December. I mean, it could come before that, but I think those are the most likely dates. This seems like a game that Sony would probably want to try to have ready for the holiday for kids and whatnot, and, you know, family member shopping for kids. Also, no price point. Now, they did say the game is about 7 to 8 hours, so this is a very short experience. I got to ask you guys this question. 7 to 8 hours, I think this game has to be less than $40, right? Like, I think $40 would be pushing it for a game that can be completed between 6 and 8 hours. I think that maybe $30 is the most appropriate price point for this game. Oh my God. Hey, come on. Okay, I gave these cats too much catnip. If only you guys could see what is happening right now. These cats, bro. Get down. Get down from there. Come on. I'm sorry. They are going ballistic. This catnip is making them go crazy on each other. You guys are thinking $50? I don't know, man. You think so? You think I'm off the mark here? I just feel like 7 to 8 hours feels pretty short. But yeah, I don't know. I guess it really depends on how valuable things like couch co-op and being able to play this game with other people. I guess it depends on how valuable something like that is to you. Because for me, with this game, I don't have excitement for it. I'm not excited for the Horizon property to be Lego-ified, right? Like, there would be other properties underneath Sony that would get me more excited to play like a Lego game. This is not one of them currently. But at the same time, this game is appealing to Mrs. MBG. She was saying that she thinks it looks cute. She thinks it looks fun. She's always kind of like the Lego games. And she's never been into Horizon. That's what's really interesting to me about this is what Sony is doing with this game seems to be working just based off of, anecdotal evidence for me here, where I thought that was pretty random. Like, I was a little bit caught off guard where she's like, "Oh, I want to play that." And I'm like, "Really?" And it's like, you never really were into Horizon. And what's funny about it too is Mrs. MBG never found Aloy interesting as a character. Like, she's kind of watched me play the Horizon games a little bit, and she just never really cared for it. And she, it just never appealed to her. And Aloy as a character never appealed. But one of the things that is appealing to her about this Lego Horizon game is the fact that they're getting a little bit silly with Aloy and clearly giving her more of a personality to just kind of be a little bit sillier and be a little bit more personable. And I did see people kind of pointing that out with this Lego Horizon game where they're like, Aloy seems kind of interesting this time around. And I do wonder if this is where, like, maybe the core development team of Horizon should be maybe taking some notes here, where it's like, obviously you can't make her go full blown, completely silly in the next mainline game in Horizon 3 where she's like a joke, not like that, but maybe take some notes here that people are kind of wanting Aloy to be a little bit more personable, a little bit more relatable in some ways, just based off of her personality and the way she, the way she is in the games. Because I can honestly say that, like, I don't play Horizon for the character of Aloy. Like, I honestly do not care about the character of Aloy. It's very strange to me that Sony seems to be pushing Aloy so aggressively to be like a mascot for PlayStation. And I'm like, but she's like the most dull character. I'm not even saying that's a bad thing, by the way. Like, you can have boring, dull characters where they're not supposed to be the center of it. Like, their personality isn't supposed to be the center of it. Like, everything else around them is supposed to be the center of it. I'm cool with that. But that's what's weird to me is that, like, Sony's really trying to push, like, for this character to be like one of the main pillar, if not the main mascot of PlayStation. I'm like, well, if you're going to do that, what you're doing here with Lego Horizon, probably a good idea. Giving her more of a personality, dedicating it to a space where it could be a little bit sillier, it could be a little bit funnier. I think that's a good idea. I just don't know that that's necessarily going to be something that appeals so much to me. So on one hand, I'm not very interested in this game. However, on the other hand, Mrs. MBG does want to play this game. So because of that, I will definitely be playing this game with her. So I will be able to let you know what I think of this. But yeah, if she wasn't interested in this game, I would probably be passing on it. And it's not something that I would be planning on picking up truthfully and playing on my own. But hey, that's the whole point, man. Sony knows what they're doing. They're trying to get the Horizon IP they're trying to get it in front of new eyes. So I think this is a pretty smart way of doing that. Joshua, you're saying Herman's position allows him to play favorites with Aloy. I have no idea why this IP has so much going on right now compared to other IP that are way better. You know what I think it is, Josh? It could be Herman and the fact that he comes from Guerrilla and he was part of the creation of this character in this franchise. It definitely could be that. It could be a little bit of bias going on there. But I also wonder if it's the studio itself. Like, something I find interesting about Guerrilla Games is they seem to be obsessed with Horizon. Like, a lot of people keep saying that they want Guerrilla to do new stuff and do other things, and I'm in agreement. I think it would be cool to see Guerrilla do some other things, but they seem to be totally obsessed with Horizon, where like they don't want to do new things. Like, they want to keep making Horizon. Now, I do think that this is where Sony will have to be careful, where it's like, after the third main game and the multiplayer comes out and you got this Lego game, I think it would be wise of Sony to heavily encourage, and hopefully not have to force, but encourage Guerrilla to, all right, we've done a lot of Horizon. Let's try something new, and then we can return to Horizon after that or something, We don't want to see them run any of their IP into the ground. And I get what you're saying, Josh, where you're like, well, there are other IP that would be better. And I feel that way too, generally speaking. Like, I would rather see Sony go harder with IP that I care about a little bit more. But at the same time, at least we can agree that, okay, they're not doing this with God of War. They're not doing this with well, I mean, they're not doing anything with Bloodborne, seemingly, but they're not doing this with like God of War. They're not doing this with Ghost of Tsushima. They're not doing this with Uncharted. They're not doing this with what are some of the other like big hitter IPs that you can think of? They're not doing it with these games, and it at least makes me feel good that, okay, well, at least we don't have to worry about those games and those franchises potentially being run into the ground. Because the big risk that Sony is running here with Horizon, and Guerrilla is running this risk as well, is oversaturation to a point where you're going to make people not like this series anymore. You're going to make people kind of begin to loathe the Horizon universe and the character of Aloy if you keep shoving it in front of people's faces, where too much of a good thing can be a bad thing. Absolutely. We've seen that proven time and time again. So it's a balancing act. And, every time I see people complain about Horizon and say, like, Sony needs to stop, they need to give it a rest, who's asking for this? I get it, but I try to remind them that, the proof is in the pudding, right? Where if you think that's true, and I think that might be true to a degree, the sales will reflect that. Like, the market will send that message to Sony, where Sony might find, like, who knows, Lego Horizon might flop, dude. It might. Like, just because it's Lego doesn't necessarily guarantee it's going to be a hit. Or the next mainline Horizon game, maybe it sells significantly worse than Horizon Forbidden West. Stuff like this. Or if they do the multiplayer game and it's like, no one cares. If they see that, that's the market speaking, and the market will communicate that we're kind of done with Horizon, Sony. Like, we're over it now. You can move on to something new. Yeah, then Sony will step in and be like, Guerrilla, sorry, you got to do something new. Because the only reason Sony isn't encouraging Guerrilla to do something new is because their games are still doing well. Like, Horizon Zero Dawn and Horizon Forbidden West both sold very well together, and they made some bonus sales on PC. So they have a Netflix show in the works. They have a board game. They have the Lego game. They have the multiplayer game. They have the third mainline installment. So it all does sound like this is a bit too much. And we're going to find out together. Me, you, Sony, and Guerrilla Games, we're all going to find out, are people truly getting tired of Horizon? Or is it still going to do well? Is there still an appetite? Oh, yeah, and apparently Horizon Zero Dawn Remake is still a thing. Oh, God. Please, come on. Come on. I really hope, a part of me hopes that got canceled, because it's like, there's no way, dude. I'm not trying to be a hater, because it would be good for new people. I agree. Having Horizon Zero Dawn Remake with Horizon Forbidden West level graphics on the PS5 Pro, yeah, that would be good for new people, but it really is like, bro, it's like a bra moment, in my opinion, with Sony, where it's like, come on, like you got to start showing love to some other IP here, man. You know? That's all. That's all. But that's the fourth game that Sony has for the remainder of 2024. Gaming Survivor. Sorry, man. I almost missed this. Gaming Survivor, member for 13 months, says this week, 9th gen shows why a gaming crash is needed. The industry has shifted from great art first to products for maintaining jobs and companies. Interestingly put, Gaming Survivor. I will say, I don't think a gaming crash is going to happen. I think the gaming industry is just simply too big. If you look at the original gaming crash that happened in the 80s, that happened at a time when the gaming industry really was nowhere near, not even remotely close to the size that it is now. The gaming industry is simply, well, to put it bluntly, it's too big to fail. That doesn't mean that there can't still be failure. That doesn't mean that there can't be serious problems. No, there can be all of these things, but you're not going to see some kind of like collapse where it's like, and now it's just back to zero. No, you're not going to see that. And honestly, I don't know what's going to happen. Like, I don't know what it looks like when the gaming industry truly runs into a problem where it's like, so what do we do now? I think that there's too much conditioning that has taken place. I think that that conditioning, actually, we're seeing it still every year, where no matter how many people lose their jobs in this industry, no matter how many studios shut down, no matter how many games are canceled, no matter what happens, we still see some things that don't change. People are still spending ungodly amounts of money on Fortnite, among other games like GTA Online, Minecraft, sports game, the annual sports games. And then you throw in Call of Duty. Call of Duty's still trucking along, dude. Black Ops 6 is going to clean house, and people are still going to spend an unfathomable amount of money on these games. And you're still going to have your big AAA single-player releases where there's going to be winners and there's going to be losers. You know? Like, I'm actually kind of wondering to myself, what AAA single-player game is going to be the big winner for the, for 2024 or for the next 6 months? Is it going to be Black Myth Wukong? Is it going to be, well, it's not necessarily a single player game, but it's single player and it's multiplayer. The new Warhammer Space Marine game. Could it be that? Could it be something else that just kind of comes out of nowhere? I mean, the point is, regardless of how volatile this industry may seem, because it definitely is in a volatile state, and there is some really crappy practices, as you're saying, where we went from producing great art first to now it's about products and maintaining. That is absolutely true. But regardless of that, there are still winners, and those winners aren't necessarily the ones you expect. At the same time, there are a lot of losers, and sometimes there are losers that you wouldn't expect. But I just feel like it's important to highlight this, where, Helldivers 2 is probably the best example this year so far, where Helldivers 2 is the biggest winner of 2024 so far. And it is multiplayer and it is live service, but I think it's safe to say that that was a game where the art came first. You know what I mean? Where it seems pretty clear to me that Arrowhead, during the development of that game, they were not chasing trends. They were not focused on the monetization. They were not they didn't think they were going to hit it big. They were just like, we want to make a really awesome co-op game, unlike anything that's kind of really out there right now, and make it as AAA as we can. And that's what they did, and they won bigger than anybody. And I don't think that was sheer luck. I don't. And it's stuff like that that still gives me, maybe I'm being overly optimistic and overly positive, Gaming Survivor, but it's stuff like that that gives me hope that these development teams, where it isn't just about the product and the commoditization of everything, it is about the art and trying to deliver something truly unique and interesting and fun, in the gaming space. It gives me hope that that can still flourish, like that can still find its way in and, kick the shit, frankly, out of everything else. At least if it's even if it's just temporary. It gives me some hope. And I say this as somebody who hasn't played Helldivers in a while. Like I'm finished with that game, but I still absolutely appreciated what it did and what it's still doing. And yeah, man, I get where you're coming from though. There is negativity that is not forced. You know, I see a lot of people where there is some forced negativity. There is a lot of bandwagon hate that goes around, but if you kind of drown out that side of it and you listen to the real, I would say, genuine complaints, the genuine concerns, you do realize that, yeah, there are some things that are concerning. But at the end of the day, man, the market will speak the loudest. The market will determine what will succeed, what will not. And we are just one part of the market. You know, me and you and the people who follow this channel and watch this content, we are just one small part of a much larger market. And it's what I always tell people, man. Don't take your wallet for granted, or not your wallet for granted. It's a bad way of saying that. Don't underestimate the power of the individual. Like, I'm not going to sit here and lie to you and say, if you as the individual make the decision to not support this one thing or support this instead, that makes all the difference. It doesn't make all the difference, but it might have a ripple effect, and that, or a domino effect, and that can be the catalyst, which can make the difference. You know, it's just understanding that you make the decision to put your money where you believe it should go, and you make that individual decision, and then maybe that has some kind of ripple effect on the people around you, and then before you know it, they're making a similar decision, and then that has a ripple effect, and you know, the reach, it goes much further than you might think. I tend to underestimate my individual influence, I guess you could say, greatly. I try not to, but I do sometimes. And I'm trying to look at it a little bit differently, where it's like, I don't feel comfortable telling people they should or shouldn't support, but it's like when I see people kind of go up against something like Astro Bot, and I mainly see this nonsense on Twitter. You know, people are they're not like hating on Astro Bot necessarily. So, I mean, some people are, but there's like a small to medium-sized group of people where they kind of are treating a game like Astro Bot like it's just some kind of like, get that out of here. Like, that's some kiddie nonsense. Get it out of here. And I'm like, whoa, hold on. Hold the phone. See, this is where no. Like, I'm here to tell you, like, this is going to be a quality game. And I know this because I played Astro's Playroom. Like, this is going to be something very good. And you shouldn't just write it off. You know what I mean? You shouldn't just look at it as it's not. Do you get what I'm saying? Where you see enough people kind of saying that and bringing that energy, and it convinces people. Like, it starts to convince some people, like, yeah, you know what? What is this game? Like, this isn't Sony. This isn't good enough. Like, this isn't big enough. This isn't exciting enough. And it's like, who told you that? You know? That's why I try to tell people, even though I have my strong feelings and opinions on Concord based off what I've seen, but I am not here to tell somebody don't buy the game. You know what I mean? Like, who would I be to say that? All I can say is just think about it. You know, consider, where is this going to be worth your time and money? What message are you sending? And if somebody says, you know what, I do think it looks good and I think it will be worth my time and money, and the message I'm sending is I want more stuff like this from Sony, well, there you go. Go for it, you know? I'm not going to like crap on people for what they want to do. And we're at that point where I start to get philosophical. You did this, Gaming Survivor. Hold on, the dude, you're saying you're hyping the game up like it's God of War Ragnarok or something equal, and it makes you look like an X-Bot. Whoa, hold on, that escalated quickly. Well, here's the thing. I can understand where you're coming from. My hyping up of Astro Bot, the most important thing that I want people to pay attention to is that I am acknowledging it is not God of War. It is not The Last of Us. It is not Ghost of Tsushima. It is not Uncharted. I feel like I've made myself pretty clear when talking about Astro Bot that the thing that is so surprising about it is that it's not clearly not the same as these games, but it is conjuring significantly more excitement and interest from me, even though it's not that, than I would have expected. You know what I mean? And that's good. I think that's good because who knows? Astro Bot could be the gateway for me. You're saying it's a Mario clone? That's why I'm saying this could be a good thing, man. At least for somebody like me, where I don't really play 2D or 3D platformers. I really don't. Like, honestly, Astro's Playroom was probably the last time I played something like that. And even, I remember the only reason I played Astro's Playroom was because it shipped with the console and everybody was talking about it at the time. And I was like, well, it's there. It's literally already installed. Let me give it a shot. And I started playing it and I'm like, why is this so fun? Like, why is this like way funner than I anticipated? And it kind of hooked me. And that's why I'm super stoked for Astro Bot now. But Astro Bot could very well be like, oh, wow, this is what a premium $60 full experience can be like for like a 3D platformer. It might be my gateway back to Nintendo, dude. I don't know if that's necessarily what Sony intended, but just kind of opening my mind a little bit, you know? All right. So I did get a direct donation from Anonymous. I'll read that in just a moment. I have Rich Rod here with another, I'm sure, once again, insightful super chat saying Horizon Gangstas Unite. Killzone Gangstas Unite. MB Gangsta. Thank you. Once again, man, just beautiful. The way you word things, Rich Rod, is just, it's unrivaled. Unrivaled. I'm going to play this once again so you guys can hear it. We got a direct donation. And again, just a reminder for anybody interested, you can donate directly. There's a link at the top of the chat where 100% of what you donate goes directly to the content creator. So this comes from Anonymous with a $5 tip saying, what's good, MBG? How's the family doing? We're doing well. Thank you for asking. You're saying, I've been enjoying AB Playroom. I recommend going back and playing the new update. You know what? I just saw that, by the way, talking about Astro Bot. I kept seeing on Twitter, people were posting themselves kind of discovering I forget the name of the character. It's the DLC, one of the main DLC bosses from Bloodborne. Maybe you guys can help me out with the name. And obviously people took this as a big hint, like, we're getting Bloodborne. And they're like, no. That's not what we're indicating. And I was confused because I was like, Maria, thank you. Lady Maria, I think her name is. And I was confused. I was like, why is this like popping up on my feed so much? Is there some kind of inside joke or what's going on? And then I found out, like, no, they've updated it where there's a couple new characters and new things you can discover. And I went to go check and they did add some trophies. And I'm like, no way. That's so smart. Like, that's so smart because it's like giving people like me and others, because I do have the platinum for it. Yeah, I'm going to replay it as we get closer to Astro Bot's release. I'm definitely going to go back and check it out again. It's just cool to see them do something like that because I wasn't expecting them to update Astro's Playroom. But we are going to move on to the fifth and final game to completely round out PlayStation's game lineup for the remainder of 2024. And before I do that, I do just want to once again ask you guys to hit that like button. We are almost at 200 likes. Hitting the like button is the easiest way to help out the channel. I know not everybody is able to donate or support directly, and that's completely understandable. But just know that if you want to be able to have like a direct impact on helping grow the community, hitting that like button is the easiest way to do that. The fifth game that Sony has lined up for the remainder of 2024 is Until Dawn. Well, they're just calling it Until Dawn, but it's Until Dawn Remake. And I feel like this game is going under the radar, and I don't know if it's to be expected or not. I feel like a lot of people are not necessarily talking about Until Dawn, but that's also because Sony hasn't really talked about it that much themselves. And there's also the fact that they did confirm Until Dawn Remake is releasing in 2024, but they didn't give a specific date. Now, I'm thinking Until Dawn Remake is probably going to be a late October game or maybe an early November game. And here's what's important to understand about Until Dawn, in my opinion anyway. A lot of people are wondering, why is Sony remaking Until Dawn? It just seems kind of random. You know, like this game came out in 2015, so it's nearly a decade old at this point. Why are they remaking this? It's coming out of nowhere. Well, something that I think not everybody is fully aware of is Sony has a renewed interest in the Until Dawn IP. This has become clear not only through the remake happening, where they're releasing it on PS5 and PC, so they're bringing it to a whole new audience on PC, but also because they confirmed they're making a movie. And I think the other day, they actually just announced some of the casting for this movie. And for those wondering, yes, they did have the actors and their likeness in the original game. They're not, hiring them for the movie because they're much older now. They're in like their 30s and 40s now, seemingly. So, again, this is a game and an IP that's based off of like, not necessarily teenagers, but young adults, like in their 20s. So that's why they're not casting them in the actual movie. Plus, some of them are probably more expensive now. The ones that, went on to do more. But yeah, William, that's what I'm thinking. William says, MBG, what if Fire Sprite's narrative horror game is Until Dawn 2? That's exactly what I think it is. Because Sony is all about franchises, for better or for worse. Sony is about creating new franchises or finding certain IP that can fill a certain spot in a portfolio, but also expand and become, a multimedia property that extends well beyond just games. And Until Dawn, something that's really important to understand is that game sold really well. Like, it kind of shocked Sony how well it sold. They basically expected it to be not necessarily a flop or a failure, but just something that would do like okay at best. And it ended up doing like really good and selling millions of copies. And it also got a lot of praise. It reviewed well. And it seems like it wasn't until maybe 2020 or 2021 when Sony maybe kind of realized, what, maybe we should do something. Like, we own this IP. Sure, we don't have ties with Supermassive Games anymore. They were the original ones to make Until Dawn, but we have Fire Sprite, and we're partnered with Ballistic Moon, and Ballistic Moon is comprised of many former Until Dawn, many former Supermassive developers. So I think at some point along the way, Sony basically decided that they wanted to really lean into the Until Dawn IP, and it begins with this. It begins with the remake for PS5 and PC and the movie, and they very likely do have some kind of sequel in the works as well. Exactly. Actually says Until Dawn can now say it stars an Academy Award-winning actor. It does. Yeah, I don't think Sony's going to be able to get Rami Malek. I think that's how you say his name. He's probably way too expensive now. But I never played the original game, so I don't know how prominent of a role he plays in it. I would say the excitement for Until Dawn Remake is moderate so far. I don't think people are super hyped for it. It doesn't seem to be a game that's necessarily like, going to do incredibly well, but it seems like people who are fans of the original are somewhat interested in it. Either interested to excited. And for people like me, where I never did get the chance to play the original, I could play the original now, but I was watching some comparisons to see how it's looking because it's being remade in Unreal Engine 5. And obviously they're trying to like really make it look a lot better than the first or the original one. And yeah, there's a pretty big difference. Like the original still holds up and looks pretty good. And if I wanted to play it that way, I'm sure it would, be just fine. But there's no denying that seeing some of the remake comparison shots that, okay, it looks significantly better in a lot of ways. Some people are complaining about the lighting a little bit, where if you look at Until Dawn, the original on PS4, it has like a dark, like a blue filter on it the whole time. Like it looks dark the whole time. It's got this dark blue filter, and it has this very oppressing, ominous feel from start to finish. And it seems like what people picked up on with Until Dawn Remake is something they changed is the movie starts out brighter, or not the movie. It basically is a movie. The story, it starts out brighter. Like it has a warmer tone. It has a, like a kind of not brighter, but just an overall warmer feel to it. And the reason for this apparently is because they kind of want to start out giving you that sense of like, oh yeah, it's, look, you can kind of still see the sun a little bit. It's a little bit warmer. It doesn't just immediately have an oppressing, heavy feel to it. But as you progress through the game and the horror ramps up, apparently, this is what people are speculating, and it seems that way based off the images we're seeing. That's when it's going to start getting colder, a bluer look to it, a darker, more oppressive look. I think it's an interesting change that could work one of two ways. Like the logic is there. We'll see if they pull it off. But I'm interested in Until Dawn Remake. I'll definitely play that. I'm curious to see if I am as fond of it as other people are, because people have been telling me for a long time to play Until Dawn, and a lot of people were telling me like, dude, it's one of the best games during the PS4 generation. And I meant to actually play it a while ago. I just never got around to it. So now that Sony's remaking it, it's like, okay, yeah, I'll buy it for PS5 and I'll play it that way and see how it turns out. And I'm really curious to see how it does, because here's the thing. Like I said, Until Dawn sold way better than Sony expected. It was a huge success. I'm not so confident that the remake is going to find that same level of success. Like, I just don't know that people who played the original are like clamoring to play this remake. This to me seems like one of those games that's actually harder to remake successfully, simply because it was as far as I'm aware, it was a pretty linear, self-contained game where it's a playable movie, basically, And because of that, the development team could afford to really kind of push the graphics as far as they could go. And because of it, it was a kind of visually standout game at the time and looked very good. And I feel like what makes it challenging is because it looks so good. It's one of those things where, all right, how much better can we really make it? And they're doing pretty good. They're doing pretty good. You're saying at MBG it's free now? Is it? What is it on PlayStation Plus Extra? Yeah, maybe I am a bit of a sucker, though. I won't lie. I do kind of want, like, if I were to go play it now, even for free, I would just be thinking to myself, but they're remaking it and it's going to look even better. And I could probably play it at 60 FPS. You know what I mean? That's going to be like kind of lingering in my brain the whole time if I try to play it that way. So maybe I am a sucker, but they got me. I feel okay, but to be honest, I feel okay about it though, because I never bought and played the original game. So it's like, all right, I'll give them my money now. I don't mind doing that. I just hope it's good. I hope that when I play it and I beat it, that I'm like, yeah, this game was awesome. Like everything people told me about this game turned out to be completely true. And yeah, I hope they make it. I don't know how the game ends. Isn't there like a bunch of endings to this game? Like you can kind of choose how it ends. They're adding new content. I saw people talking about that. I wonder how much new content they're going to add. That to me seems like it could be the biggest draw for people who play the original. Where it's like, look, if you're not sold, we have some new content here. I just wonder how much it's going to be. There's a lot of different endings. Chris Collins, you're saying, to be honest, MBG, you're missing the point. The remake is for the new movie, which will bring in new players. Yeah, that's true. Again, they want that synergy, that synergy across the game, the movie. Actually, you're saying it's good, MBG. It was written by a legitimate horror guy. Yeah, I mean, I'm sold on it, man. I want Sony to talk about it more. And we have Sean Mitchell coming in. He's keeping this membership train going strong today. Sean Mitchell comes in and drops a 5-bomb for you guys. You love to see it. Sean, thank you so much, my friend.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
He's contributing to the goal today. We are now at 43 members thanks to Sean's 5-bomb. You guys are awesome. Really appreciate the support. We are now 7 away from crushing a second goal today. You guys just you keep that membership train going. We'll see if we can hit that 50 goal by the end of today's stream. When is the Elden Ring stream? So my goal is to stream Elden Ring tomorrow in the members lounge. Tomorrow we're going to do a regular stream at 12 p.m. Eastern, as always. And then after that, we are bringing the members lounge back. And tomorrow specifically, I'm hoping, I got to make sure my setup, I should be able to do it. I'm pretty sure everything's set up the way it should be. My goal is to stream Elden Ring tomorrow. Not for like, it's not going to be like a 4-hour Elden Ring stream or anything like that. But, for a members lounge. And my goal is I've kind of settled on, we're just going to do the members lounges somewhat frequently, like we've been doing them. But I want to try my best to start incorporating some more gameplay members lounge streams. We started doing that earlier this year, and you guys seem to respond pretty positively to it. We did some for Lies of P. We did some for Helldivers. We did some for Rise of the Ronin. And then I kind of fell off a little bit there. So I'm looking to, especially because as we go further into the year, there's going to be a lot of games coming out that I want to play. And, I want to try to share that with you guys. Yeah, can't wait to do that Concord stream, man. No, really, though, I probably will. That'll be a good time. You guys can watch me play Concord, and we'll see. Trifinger, butthole. Yeah, dude. It's weird because when I started playing Elden Ring again, I kept getting the notification that your message was appraised, that people are liking my messages. And I was like, oh, I forgot I left some messages. So I'll show you guys what messages I left. I don't even remember because they let you kind of check that. It's pretty funny. I love that meta game or social aspect that all the Souls games, but Elden Ring obviously has. I always thought that was so cool. This is why From Software really are the GOATs, because like, dude, the messaging system, the way that they handle multiplayer and the messaging system is just so good. Like literally, I don't think anybody ever did that. Maybe some developer did that well before FromSoft, but it just went totally unnoticed. But FromSoft was obviously the first team that really brought that system to the forefront and made it. You always play offline. Yeah, dude, it's so funny. I can't help but continue to just stop and read the messages that people leave because, it's like, oh, there's a stairwell and it leads to a dark. There's an entrance and there's just pitch black. I wonder if there's something down there, and you would like see like 6 or 7 messages right in front of it, and you just read it, and they can't sometimes they can tell you kind of what it is, but you always have to worry too. Like, are people trolling? The best is when there's like a ledge, and you kind of feel like there might be something below it, but you can't really tell 100%, and you're kind of relying on the messages, and there's nothing there. The messages are telling you to jump, but there's nothing there. And then you actually jump and you're like, oh, I just died. Honestly, though, like when we stream Elden Ring tomorrow, dude, it might just be me trying desperately to beat this one boss. Like I am I'm probably going to play it later today to see if I can beat this dragon boss, but I am stuck, man. And I can't even summon anybody. It's just me and me alone. And I've gotten so close, man. I've gotten this boss's health down to about 15%, you know, where it's like I just need to survive a little bit longer. And you know what I don't miss about Elden Ring and about FromSoft games is, at least with the Soulsborne games, when you're fighting these really challenging boss battles and you get their health below like 20%, they just throw in like a new move, like a really ultra powerful move that they only do when their health is like below 15 or 10%. And it's like an insta kill move. And it makes you just want to jump out a window where it's like, bro, this is like my 10th time playing this and I finally got their health this low. And you're telling me now there's just suddenly a new move, a new ultra powerful move that they didn't do this entire time, that I had no way of anticipating, and they just kill me. And it's like, I should have known. I should have known. Dude, I'm like level 174 as well, so I'm pretty strong. And this dragon is so close, man. You know what boss I just beat prior to this dragon? I forget the name. Yeah, I got to get good. I forget the name of this boss because all these bosses have weird names, but it was like the serpent god, like the big snake in like the lava pit area. And you have to pick up this like serpent slayer sword to use it to kill it. Raycard, is that his name? He was pretty, like, he wasn't that challenging. He was like super intimidating looking. You beat him earlier today too. That's awesome. He was incredibly intimidating where I was like, oh my God, dude, how am I going to beat this guy? But I don't know, man. That sword that they give you to use against him is kind of OP. And it did catch me off guard that he has a second phase, but I kind of wasn't surprised because I'm like, that first phase seemed a little too easy. So I was able to beat him in like 2 or 3 tries, no problem. And now I moved on to this Dragon Lord, and I'm just stuck, man. I haven't fought Melania yet either. I'm trying real hard to like get through these bosses before the DLC drops. I beat Radon, yeah. I met the requirements to get into the DLC, but there's still just like so many other random bosses I haven't fought. And I'm coming across random like mini bosses in some areas. Melania took you 50. Dude, I'm nervous about Melania. Yeah, I mean, is it safe to say she's the most difficult boss in the game? Because I'm like struggling with this dragon. And I'm like, if I'm struggling with this dragon, how am I supposed to beat this boss? You know? You're still trying to get through it, MBG? I beat and platinumed it years ago. Yeah, I beat the game in 2022, and then I just stopped playing it after that. But I didn't platinum it. I have a question for you guys before we move on here. Blood build, that's what people are telling me. I have a pure strength build, and I think that's working to my detriment because I'm very limited. Like, the only way I can beat bosses, no matter how big they are, no matter what type of attacks they have, is I just have to go up to them and beat the shit out of them. Like, that's all I could do, you know? And block with my shield. I just basically play heavy defense and, you know, occasional attack, and I try to get my attacks to do as much damage as possible, but I'm very limited. I don't have any, like, magic or, you know, I can't do any holy damage or can't heal myself with miracles or anything. It's pretty, yeah, I keep it pretty simple. But the one question I have for you guys before we move on here and wrap up this topic is if I don't know if I'm going to try to platinum Elden Ring. I mean, it feels like I should. I'm over halfway there, but I noticed that you need to get all the endings. So I never save scummed. So I'm guessing this means if I want to platinum it, I'm going to have to beat the game 2 more times, or at least 1 more time, and then save scum it for the, you know, to get the 3rd ending. Is this true? Or is there some way around this that I don't know about? Yeah, I'm thinking I'm probably just going to have to beat it on New Game Plus at some point, or just start a new game. Get heavy giant crushers and do jump attacks with claw, talisman, / raptors, black feathers. I'll try to remember that. I probably won't remember that. What's the Shems is like, wait, what's the question again? The question is, there are 2 trophies, 2 gold trophies for achieving the alternate endings or the other endings for Elden Ring. My question is, I already beat the game and got one of the endings. Do I have to replay it now? Like New Game Plus it, or just start a completely new game, a new file, to get those other 2 endings and trophies? You got all the endings back to back. Yeah, I think I'm pretty sure the only way you can do that is by save scumming, right? Sean, you're saying the game really isn't that long once you get to New Game Plus? Yeah, I mean, the first playthrough is definitely the most difficult. So, for me, I basically am doing it over. Like, I forgot everything about Elden Ring. So if I want to do a New Game Plus run or a new file, I basically am like, I don't remember where to go or what to do, which is crazy to me because it's like I spent over 100 hours in this game. You would think I would know. We'll figure it out. We'll see where we go. All I know is I am able to access the DLC, and right now I'm just trying to basically get good once again to be ready for the DLC. So I'm sure at some point we'll probably do an Elden Ring DLC stream too. Well, what is going on here? Hold on. I just got like a... Okay. Sorry about that. Just got like a bunch of notifications out of nowhere. All right, so we're gonna pivot. I pivoted into Elden Ring talk. Now we're gonna pivot out of it. We're gonna wrap up this topic of discussion, where I still have more to say. So, evaluating PlayStation's game lineup for the remainder of 2024. Just to recap: Concord, Astro Bot, Silent Hill 2 Remake, Lego Horizon Adventures, and Until Dawn Remake. That's 5 games over the course of 6 months. Here's my thoughts on this lineup. Here's my evaluation. It's not the strongest lineup. Certainly not. But there is also something to be said for the quantity. There's something to be said for the diversity of the lineup. And the fact that Sony is, no matter what, at the end of the day, you can't take this away from them. They're still providing a good amount of content for the next 6 months. Now, even if none of these things are for you, I can understand your frustration. If you're somebody who was like, man, I really thought I'd be playing like Wolverine by now or something, or there should be a bigger game, or, you know, we should have The Last of Us multiplayer. I totally feel you. Like, I agree. It is in that sense a down year. We don't have any major tentpole title, and it feels a little bit, or maybe even in a big way, lacking in that sense. But for me, once again, looking at these 5 games, the games that I'm personally really looking forward to playing are Astro Bot, Silent Hill 2 Remake, and Until Dawn. That's 3 games, you know? And I know I saw somebody saying we shouldn't count remasters or remakes, but to me, that doesn't seem fair, because Until Dawn for me isn't a remaster or a remake. I mean, I know it technically is, but for me, it is a new game. Like, when I play it for the first time, it's a new game to me. So for me, it's enough for now. But I will say this. It's enough for this year, but next year, and I would say in 2026, like, I certainly have an expectation, and I don't think this is an unfair expectation, that it needs to be better. You know, like when I am evaluating the second half of 2025, a year from now, I fully expect, even if there are less games, there needs to be, I'm expecting there to be a much, much bigger splash. You're saying I'm coping? No, it's not. I'm not coping. I'm just being honest. Like, listen, if I was sitting here and I wasn't interested in any of these games, like literally, here are the 5 games Sony has for the remainder of 2024, and I don't want to play any of them, but I was still sitting here saying, but it's pretty good. Yeah, I would say that's coping. But no, dude, I've been waiting for Silent Hill 2 Remake for years, I didn't think we were getting a new Astro Bot game this year. To be honest, I thought that what we were really going to be looking at for the remainder of this year, truthfully, before Sony State of Play, I thought we're going to get Concord, we're going to get Lego Horizon Adventures, and maybe if we're lucky, we're going to get Silent Hill 2 Remake. I thought that was the lineup. So it's definitely stronger than what I expected. And maybe you could say my expectations were too low, but you have to understand my expectations were based in what I knew, based off of what Sony told me. So you could say my expectations were too low, but Sony literally told me at the beginning of this year, they said, listen, we don't have any big tentpole titles. It's like, okay, well, that sucks, but at least you're telling us, so we know not to expect that. And they told us, yeah, we're going to release Concord. So I kind of knew from the get-go that, all right, this is going to be a maybe underwhelming year. Certainly not the biggest year. Certainly not. But we'll see, man. We'll see if, I don't know, we'll see if Astro Bot can surprise and delight. We'll see if Concord can gain an audience. We'll see how Silent Hill 2 Remake fares. We'll see if Until Dawn does well. And I don't know, we'll see if Horizon Lego Adventures can bring new people in. But I'm not, and to be clear, I'm not, this is where I think people get a little bit, maybe they perceive things the wrong way, right? Like, I'm not here to tell you this is a good lineup. Don't take it that way. I'm here to tell you what I think of the lineup. If you look at this lineup and you say this is pathetic and this is bad, I'm not going to tell you you're wrong. I'm just going to say that's your opinion, yeah, and let Sony know. But if you're somebody who says, I think this is a great lineup, this is one of the best lineups, I will disagree with that, certainly. Be like, I don't feel that way. But yeah, if that's how you feel, that's how you feel. Let Sony know. Buy the games. Play the games. My opinion of this lineup is it's far from the strongest lineup Sony's had for, in the second half of any given year. It's far from the strongest lineup, but it could be worse, and that's the truth. You can laugh at that, but that's just the truth, man. Silent Hill 2 Remake could be a 2025 game. Astro Bot could be a 2025 game in January, February, March, and they're not. They're coming within a couple months. And so as somebody who is looking at just the short term, what am I going to be playing on my PS5 between now and the end of this year? I'm at least thankful, truthfully, like I'm thankful that, okay, there's at least a couple games here that I want to play. I don't know that they're going to go on to be my game of the year, like masterpieces, like, oh my God, this blew my mind. Probably not. But if they can be fun and enjoyable and round out the year on top of all the other third-party games I want to play, I can live with that. I can live with that. But that naturally leads to the next part of this conversation, which we're not having this conversation now. Maybe it'll be a tease for another conversation we'll have later this week or next week, or I'm sure we'll have it in the coming weeks and months. And obviously that is, okay, well, if that's what Sony's lineup is for the remainder of 2024, what do we say about the remainder of the generation? What about 2025 and 2026? And like I said, I'll just put this here now. All we know beyond the end of this year, from January 2025 forward, all we know is Death Stranding 2, Insomniac's Wolverine, I'm sitting here trying to make sure I'm not forgetting anything. Still thinking. Phantom Blade Zero, I guess, but I don't know. That's like a. I mean, it's a console exclusive. Yeah, that's it. That's it, dude. I don't know of any, and to me, that is. It's not problematic in this exact moment. It's not problematic right now because we're not in 2025. You know what I mean? Like, it would be fair for somebody to say, why would you be worried about what you're going to play in March of 2025 when it's June of 2024? Shouldn't you be worried about what you're going to play in July or August or September or October? Yeah. But I do think, if we're speaking more realistically here and not so literally, right? It's very obvious that right now, Sony only wants us to know what we're getting for the rest of this year. And I have to wonder why that is. I don't know if that's intentional. I don't know if that's the only option where, well, we don't really have anything else to show. So therefore, we can't show you what's beyond 2024. It's hard to say. And I don't really feel comfortable at this moment in time coming to any conclusive thoughts because who knows? If I had a contact internally at PlayStation Studios and they told me, don't worry, like, trust us, there's a lot of games coming. We're just not talking about them yet. I'd be like, oh, okay, cool. But I don't have that. So I only have what we know. And what we know is that Sony has a lot of studios that we have yet to hear anything from. And it remains to be seen if it's because they're just taking longer on their development cycles. They just want to wait till they get closer to release before they announce it. Or maybe some of these games are just nowhere near being done because there were some problems behind the scenes with live service games and some mismanagement. We're going to find out at some point. But for now, I feel pretty good. And, some people might say that's coping, but I don't know, man. I'm just trying to be realistic in that. Look, man, I'm about to buy a $40 DLC from Software and play it on my PS5. That's going to take between 30 and 40 hours to complete. DLC. That's going to take 30 to 40 hours to complete. So yeah, it's hard for me. It's hard for me to really complain. You know what I mean? When I feel like there's a wealth of stuff to play here and now for the remainder of the year, to a degree in which, and I had this problem earlier this year where I remember in January, people were kind of complaining about Sony where they were like, man, Sony doesn't really have any games. And it just seems like Sony's lacking with their announcements. And we were basically having the same conversation in January of this year. And I remember like going over the games and after like we had this same conversation in January. And I remember telling you guys like, I don't know what I'm going to do. Like there's too many games to play. And it was actually a problem where I actually was struggling to finish games and I was already moving on to the next ones that I didn't want to miss out on. And yeah, it was like a real problem. And that was also counting third-party games as well. And I feel like we're about to have that exact same situation occur literally again over the next 6 months, where it's starting out relatively slow in June and July, but starting in August, it's just going to ramp up and it's going to just carry us into December, into the Game Awards, and maybe even the release of the PS5 Pro. And before we know it, we're going to be sitting here January of 2025. And that's the only question I have, dude. It's simply, if Sony wants me to kind of have this expectation of every 6 months or so, we're going to give you the lineup. Here's the lineup for the next 6 months. Well, 0 games. 0 games for the first half of 2025. So we'll see if that changes. Zombie Dragon, sorry to keep you waiting, buddy. Member for 13 months says, the only game I'm interested in is Astro Bot, but I still have enough games I'm interested in. It's fine. I do think I need to step it up, though. I get what you're saying, where sometimes, like, you start to kind of fall off of some games. You start to get that feeling like, man, I gotta get serious if I'm going to tackle some of these games I want to take out. Don't want that backlog to get overwhelming. But yeah, all right. Let's see here. So let me check the poll. Okay, we have quite a few votes on the poll, which is nice to see. So I'll let that go for the remainder of the stream. We are over the 3-hour mark. So at this point, we will just continue to converse and discuss. I did make it through the main topic of discussion, which was my main goal, to evaluate the lineup. I don't feel like I can grade the lineup. I can't give it like an A, B, C, or D because, well, I haven't played the games yet, but we'll do that. What we're going to do, I think, at the end of the year, we'll do another stream similar to this, probably in like December. And in December, we'll look back at the entirety of 2024 and count every game that Sony released. Their first party, their partner games, their console exclusive games. We'll line them up, stack them up, and we'll evaluate the entirety of 2024. Yeah, that's a good one. I forgot about Lost Soul Aside. We're supposed to be hearing from that game soon. I'm starting to think Lost Soul Aside might be a 2025 game. MBG's Game Awards, I wouldn't necessarily say they're Game Awards, no, but just kind of looking back at the bigger picture, 12 months, let's look at all the games that Sony provided. How would we rate it? It'll be a good time, I think. Yeah, I'm curious to see how the Game Awards could be for Sony this year too, because Sony did surprise, I think, last year. They had a pretty strong showing at the Game Awards in 2023. Sony clearly likes to save some stuff for that. I mean, that's not till the end of the year, of course. We have a lot of time till we are there, but Call of Duty will keep MBG busy for a little while. Yeah, I think I'm probably going to get Call of Duty this year. I feel like there's no chance I don't get it because I'm just too big of a fan of the Black Ops series and Treyarch. And I kind of, even though my hype level for it isn't super high because it feels like routine, right? Like it's Call of Duty, but like, I don't know. I'm interested in the campaign. I like that they're bringing back classic zombies. I know Mrs. MBG is going to want to play zombies. She's always been a fan of Call of Duty Zombies. And I'm kind of curious to see how they handle the multiplayer. I mean, I like they're doing like a classic prestige system, which is music to my ears. I kind of got the feeling when watching the gameplay of Call of Duty, I'm like, did they switch over to the Modern Warfare engine? It kind of looks like they did a little bit. But I won't really know until I am able to play the beta when it comes out to know for sure. The dude says Xbox has no games, LOL. No, I mean, Xbox definitely has games now. There's no arguing that. No matter what Sony says, there will be at least one first-party game for PS5 Pro. Yeah, it's hard not to think about that, right? Like, if we look at the way Sony handled the PS4 Pro, the PS4 Pro, as I said earlier, was revealed in a pretty tame way where I think the PS4 Pro had more going for it just off the sheer fact that something like that was never done by Sony before. And what I mean is, I remember when the PS4 Pro was revealed, people were kind of okay with the idea of no new games really being announced because it's just, holy crap, Sony's announcing a new PS4 in the middle of the cycle that's going to be more powerful. They've never done this before. So it was so novel. It was like no one really cared. This time, though, I will say I feel like it's a little bit different where people are absolutely expecting this to happen. And this is not going to be the first time. So it's not going to have as, like, people are not necessarily going to be as focused on the fact that it's a mid-gen refresh and that it's a more powerful console. I mean, they are going to be focused on that, but it's not going to be as shocking this time. So I think Sony's going to need to have a little bit more oomph, if that makes sense, this time around. And so I am wondering if, here's the question I have. I want to know if Sony has a first-party game for the first half of 2025. I mean, that feels like a crazy sentence to speak because it's like, well, surely they do, right? I don't know if I feel so sure. It feels like they should. Because think about it. Like, when you look at the PS4 Pro reveal, Horizon Zero Dawn was the big showpiece. Horizon Zero Dawn wasn't out yet. It was announced. We knew about Horizon Zero Dawn. We've seen trailers of it. But Horizon Zero Dawn didn't launch until February 2017. So Sony was like, listen, we're going to reveal the PS4 Pro in 2016, September of 2016, and we're really going to show people how beautiful games can look by leveraging this big first-party game that's coming out in a couple months in 2017, and it's going to be PS4 Pro ready. My question is, will Sony have that this time around? Because, no, Wolverine is apparently not releasing in 2025. Wolverine is apparently going to be a 2026 game. So they could show Wolverine on it, but I don't think Sony wants to. I could be wrong, and this is where my speculation is in full force here. I don't think Sony wants to show games that are far out on the Pro. I don't know why. I just get this feeling that they don't want to do that. That they want to show stuff that's a little bit closer in proximity. Maybe they'll do it differently this time, though. Maybe they will show Death Stranding, even though Death Stranding isn't coming out till holiday of next year. Maybe they will show Wolverine, even though that's not coming out till 2026. They know that they're going to have GTA 6 optimized for the PS5 Pro whenever that comes out. But I don't think that they're going to be able to secure that and show that at a PS5 Pro event. So right now, we have 0 first-party games for the first half of 2025. So January, February, March, April, May, June. 0 first-party games from Sony that we know about that are announced. However, apparently they are releasing the PS5 Pro this November. So I want to know, is there something that they are saving to reveal alongside the PS5 Pro and then basically tell you that you're going to be able to play this in the next 3, 4, 5 months, give or take. Oh, dude. If Sony does that, I'm not going to lie, I'm going to be kind of pissed. I would laugh at Sony. Fernando, you're saying it's going to be Horizon Remake. Bro, if Sony decides that the best way to reveal the PS5 Pro is to do it the same way we did with the PS4 Pro, we revealed, well, we didn't reveal, but we showed Horizon Zero Dawn on the PS4 Pro. We're going to do it again with the PS5 Pro. It's going to be a remake. Dude, I will, yeah, absolutely. No, just no. Absolutely. I agree with that statement right there. No, just no. If Sony wants to make that one of the random games they show, fine. But if they're like, here's the big, awesome looking game on PS5 Pro that you definitely asked for, Horizon Zero Dawn Remake, that would be, I would have some words for Sony. At that point, dude, we're gonna have to have a talk with Herman. We're gonna have to sit down with this man and have a talk with him and be like, Herman, what are you doing? What are you doing out there, bro? I will say the most likely game that I think is going to be shown on the PS5 Pro, because I have to imagine Sony has to have some game ready to show. The game that I think is most likely to show up is Death Stranding 2, because it's like, well, that's coming next year, right? And we have Steven Leon coming in out of nowhere Over 3 hours into the stream, Steven Leon drops another 10 bomb on this community, getting us over the 50 mark. Over the 50 mark, up to 53 members, Steven.
Holy shit.
That's for you as well as everybody else, getting us collectively over the second goal, over 50 members. That's a huge feat. Thank you guys so much for that support. And Steven, really appreciate that, man. Love to see it. Once again, just another reminder, because we're getting new people kind of coming in. The Members Lounge is returning, and it should make its grand return tomorrow. I was really thinking there for a little bit. I'm always trying to sort things out here on the channel, and I was thinking, like, maybe I want to do something other than the Members Lounge. But I think that, like, looking at past Members Lounges, the viewership is pretty good. I'm going to be honest with you guys. Like, the viewership on the Members Lounges tells me that it may not be for everybody, but it definitely gets enough viewership where I'm like, I think people really do like the Members Lounges. And I think it just serves as a kind of auxiliary type of thing for people where they can just kind of, if you want more MBG and maybe a different type of MBG conversation with the community, that's where that can exist. And I think people really appreciate that. And we have OK coming in, keeping the membership train going, dropping a single membership gift.
Appreciate it.
Thank you for that, OK. You just brought us up to 54. You guys are awesome. Let me update the goal here once again so you can see where we're at. And I do owe you guys some reps. Every time we hit 50 members, I do a couple reps at the end of the stream. I can't do them today because I actually forgot to move my dumbbells. And there's a whole project. I'll have to tell you guys about that in a moment. So where are we at? 54. So one of the reasons why I updated the setup here, well, hold on, before I tell you that, we have OK with a super chat as well, saying late to the stream, but keep up the good work, MBG. Thank you for that, OK. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm doing my best here. I'm doing my best. I'm just thankful to have you guys here, you know, showing support, tuning in, engaging. It means everything to the channel. Dominic, you're saying it's nice to see MBG is doing something else other than ranting and going deep. Yeah. Well, I'll just tell you guys really quickly. The reason why I have a new setup, or I kind of, it's like somewhat new. It's slightly altered, but this is kind of the setup I had previously. The reason why I shifted back to this is because me and Mrs. MBG decided to basically like rearrange the entire home. And we do this on occasion. I think it's a pretty normal thing. You know, whether you're a homeowner or not, wherever you live, you kind of just sometimes, on a somewhat cyclical basis, maybe every 6 months, every year or something, you just kind of feel like, you know, you want to rearrange a little bit. You want to change things up. And that's exactly what we did. And I will let you guys know, this is a shout out to any of the members who tune into the Members Lounge. A big part of that was I cleared out the basement, at least like most of it. There's still a couple sections that I need to work on, but man, it was a whole endeavor, and cleaned everything up. Everything's nice and organized. It's like a not a completely new basement, but I feel good when I go down there now. You know, I cleaned it up. I got it looking real organized, real nice, and I just get a real sense of every time I go down there. Feeling pretty good. And I created a whole workout area. Mold's gone. Yeah. Actually, there really wasn't any. So Gaming Survivor, you'll be happy to know there really wasn't actually any mold. What I was confused by, no joke, there was a couple of areas where there were certain boxes that had gotten wet, but it was actually the ink from the boxes that like kind of melted off, I guess, and kind of like seeped into the floor. And yeah, there wasn't any mold, which was a huge relief. You know, I was like thinking like that makes sense though too, because I spent most of my time working out in the basement, and it always felt to me like the air down there was actually like not cleaner. It was like, you know, basements are just kind of chillier and a little bit cooler, but I'm like busting my ass down there working out, breathing deep, and I like never had any allergic reaction or anything like that. I always felt totally fine. And so I was always like, is that really mold? I don't know. And after basically completely not redoing the basement, but cleaning everything up, reorganizing everything, and taking a very close look and like doing a little bit of cleaning, I'm like, oh wait, that's ink. Like that's like literally the ink that was on some of these packages that just came off. It's very reassuring, let me tell you. Very reassuring. So, Gaming Survivor, you'll be happy to know. All is well. But that was just one of a few things we did. But we just like completely rearranged the whole house, and it's very rewarding. It's really hard to do that. It's a lot of work. It's a huge undertaking, and you definitely feel it physically the next day. But it's a very satisfying thing, Highly recommend it if you haven't like reorganized a bedroom or a certain portion of your home or your apartment in a while. Give it a shot. Might be that time, We have a Unicorn Tomboy 97, a member for 9 months. Thank you for that, buddy, saying, MBG, will you consider playing Persona 3 Reload? It is one of the best games of the year so far. You will love its characters. I love you, MBG. Well, thank you for that. It's very kind of you. I mean, being brutally honest, I have no intention of playing Persona. This is a series that some people have been trying to turn me on to for a long time, and I think I've accidentally led people on by just getting ahead of myself and be like, yeah, I'll play it at some point. Yeah, but then I just kind of realized that I just don't think it's for me. I don't think it's a game series that I'm ever going to play. Now, I'll never say never, but as of right now, I can tell you confidently it's not on my radar. There are many other games I would rather play, and I'm sorry if that's disappointing, because Unicorn Tomboy, I think I've been seeing you around the channel for a while, basically expressing your love for Persona and specifically Persona 3 Reload. But yeah, I don't know. That's one of those things where, what I could see, maybe, I'm not saying I'm going to do it now or anytime remotely in the future, but if we're talking long term, knowing that I'll never say never, the most I could probably see myself doing one day is maybe creating some kind of a weekly goal or something where it's like, if we hit this goal this week, maybe I'll try Persona 5 or something, or Persona 3 Reload, but again, that's one of those things where I have to be in a frame of mind, you know what I mean? Like, I don't want to just play games because it's like, oh, my audience paid me and told me to play this, so I'll play. I don't want, you know what I mean? Like, there has to be some level of like, I have to be able to go into it by my own volition. You know what I mean? Like, I do want to do this to a certain extent. Having added incentive certainly helps, but we'll see if we get there one day, Unicorn Tomboy. But I appreciate the support nonetheless. And we have Dark Horse with a $2 super chat saying, I still think the lineup is weak this year. And that's fair, Dark Horse. That's totally fair. Like, I've seen, and I still see quite a few people saying that they're just not really that enthused about PlayStation's lineup. And I think Sony even knows that, man. Like, I think there's a reason why Sony basically told their shareholders at the beginning of this year that, hey, like, we don't really have a big tentpole title. And it created a lot of negative headlines for them. But they kind of knew, like, the expectations that their shareholders have are kind of similar in some instances to the expectations that the fan base has. It's like, what do you mean? You don't have a big game ready this year? You don't have Ghost of Tsushima 2 ready this year? Wolverine's like, no, we don't. Not even Death Stranding 2? No. And so I think, yeah, it's just going to lead to a certain level of disappointment and deflation. But, look, the truth is, and this is a truth that a lot of fanboys and console warriors and stuff, they won't admit, but it is, I think anybody who's been a fan of any platform holder and played and supported a platform holder for many years can agree, because it's just an objective truth that it happens from time to time. There are going to be down years. No matter who you are. Whether you're Microsoft, whether you're Sony, whether you're Nintendo, whether you're just a AAA publisher like Ubisoft or EA, like there are just going to be down years. It's the nature of game development. And there are myriad of reasons for that. It could just be that in the case of PlayStation, none of their studios are ready and they need more time because mostly all of them went, within the last 4 to 7 years, 4 to 6 years maybe. And one of the big games that they thought that they were going to have ready, that being The Last of Us multiplayer, unfortunately got canceled. Like, I have no doubt that Sony probably expected, on top of Until Dawn, on top of Astro Bot, on top of Concord, that, oh yeah, we have The Last of Us multiplayer. And that's a huge blow. Am I getting back to Sekiro anytime soon? It's a good question. We'll see. I am on my From Software kick right now with Elden Ring. I'll tell you this, and I said this before, King Sam, and I'll say it again. If I were to play Sekiro, I wouldn't just like set up a stream and be like, guys, I'm streaming Sekiro. No, I would play it on my own, probably without telling you guys for a little bit. And then if I felt like, okay, I feel like I'm going to go far this time, like I'm going to actually do it, then I would start talking about it and then maybe doing some streams here and there. But that's probably how I would handle that, because people went, I feel like I really disappointed people last time, where I was like, I'm going to play Sekiro. Let's do it. And I did for like not even 5 hours, probably like 3 or 4 hours. And I was like, I'm not getting into, I'm not feeling it right now. I can't do this right now. And I think I really disappointed some people. So for games that I know people have been like waiting for me to play, I'm not just going to tease you with it. You know what I mean? Like it'll be like kind of a surprise where it's like, I've been playing Sekiro. I've been playing it for like 15 hours and I'm like halfway through the game, But yeah, when it comes to feeling like Sony's lineup this year is weak, I think that's fair. I don't think there's any reason, there's no need to defend that. It's up for each individual to decide for themselves. Here are the 5 games coming from Sony. Which ones are you interested in? How is it making you feel overall? Am I disappointed that we're not getting a big, heavy hitter tentpole title? Yeah, I am. Even though I've been, I would say, more positive than a lot of people so far about this lineup for the second half of 2024, I am disappointed that there is no big flagship game. Maybe we could say Astro Bot is the closest, but again, I think it's unfair to put Astro Bot in that position. I don't think anybody is looking at Astro Bot and saying, you need to be as good as Ghost of Tsushima 2. You need to do as much work for Sony and the brand as God of War. It's like, that's not... Could it? Maybe. If it really shocks everybody, maybe, yeah. But I'm not going to look at that game and be like, I have the same level of expectation for Astro Bot that I would for Wolverine and Death Stranding 2. Like, no. I don't think so. But my expectation is still high. But yeah, I do feel like I would want something big from Sony this year, Boss, I don't mind having you on my lap, man, but you can't chew my mic. That's the only problem with this cat. He wants to chill on my lap, but he wants to chew the microphone as well. It's like, I love you, boss, but you can't do that. Stop. Little shit. I love how, boss is like, hey, you're my cat dad and it's Father's Day, so I'm just going to like torture you all day today. Boss, you are being bad. I'll give you a couple more. Pain in my ass. Couple more. That's it. No more. No more. You scare the shit out of your daughter's cats if they get too close to my PSVR 2 cord. I mean, sometimes you got to do that, man, Like, not purposely trying to scare the cats, but like when boss was trying to jump up the window to the window the other day, to get that bird, like I had to like kind of yell at him, like, dude, you like no. And he got pretty scared and he ran away. But it's like, you got to know you can't do, like, if anything, for his own sake, he's gonna get hurt. He can't just jump at a window. He just can't. Extinction, you're saying for you, Silent Hill 2 is your most wanted game from Sony right now? Yeah, I do think Sony made a... You know what's interesting to me about the Sony and Konami partnership is I find it so interesting that Sony was able to secure Silent Hill 2 as a timed exclusive. I think it's going to be timed for 1 year. I think Silent Hill 2 will probably make its way to other platforms in 2025, like October 2025. I find it so strange that Metal Gear is the franchise that I would say is much more synonymous with PlayStation. You know, you think about Metal Gear Solid 1 with the PlayStation 1. You think about even Metal Gear Solid 2 and Metal Gear Solid 3 with the PlayStation 2. And then Metal Gear Solid 4 still locked to the PS3. And granted, Konami did go full multi-platform in a bigger way with Metal Gear Solid 5, which is a good thing. You know, more people playing Metal Gear, that's awesome. I'm just very surprised that Sony locked down the game that I thought was much less likely to end up being even a timed PlayStation 5 exclusive. And, you know, a lot of people thought that I was very upset to find out that Metal Gear Solid 3 was multiplat. And it's ironic because not only is it multiplat, it's showing up at the Xbox events. Now that I will say, I did not see that one coming. So good on Microsoft for securing that. But I was not upset to find out that Metal Gear Solid 3 was not going to be exclusive. I was just genuinely surprised in that, like, really? No, like, Metal Gear Solid 3 Remake, to be honest, here's what I want. If I had to choose, let this game be exclusive to PlayStation for a year, and then it will go to Xbox, and then it will, you know, go to other platforms, or let it be multi-platform. I would actually choose for it to be multi-platform because the truth is, dude, I want this game to do well. I do. Metal Gear Solid 3 is my like, I can never say it's my favorite game of all time because that it's like a three-way tie or four-way tie between MGS 1, 2, and 4. But it's one of my favorite games of all time, man. And like, it doesn't bother me. And I don't know why it would bother anybody to know that, like, more people who potentially, and this is the important part, who potentially have never played Metal Gear Solid 3, they don't know what they're in for, dude. And that makes me pretty excited. Like, it really does. Where it's like, I hope this game wins over like a new, if not a new generation, just people who maybe never played the original. Because you already know the people who are fans like myself, we're there day one. Dude, if Metal Gear Solid was an Xbox exclusive, I would literally buy an Xbox Series X. I would have bought one today. Just to know I'm going to play that game. It's day one for me, no matter what. But I want to see more games like Metal Gear, dude. Like, I know we're not going to get games just like it. I don't know that Konami is going to be able to keep the charm alive once they run out of remakes and they have to do something original with Metal Gear. The last original thing Konami did without Kojima with Metal Gear was Metal Gear Survive, and we all know how that went. But I just want to see this franchise live on in the best way it can, and I think after seeing Metal Gear Solid 3, the latest trailer, and the gameplay, and hearing how they're treating it, they're giving you the option to play it in the classic way with the classic color filter, or the new way, third person, you know, with a different color scheme. They're doing it perfect. They're keeping the original voice acting. I'm like, this is perfect. Like, this is literally perfect. You know, insert Homelander meme, like, perfect. So it does genuinely get me excited to think that, because I've seen people in my chat or on my streams or in my videos leaving comments being like, I've never played Metal Gear. Like, this is gonna be my first time. And man, like, I'm almost envious where it's like, I wish I could I wish I could re-experience Metal Gear for the first time. And I think people who are going to experience it in this way, where their graphical fidelity is the best it's ever been, you're in for something special, man. You are. I really think you're in for something special. And so, my whole surprise with the exclusivity is just from Sony's perspective, where it's like, damn, Sony, you're more willing to pay for Silent Hill exclusivity than you are Metal Gear exclusivity. That is strange to me based off of your history, where you worked so closely with Kojima with multiple Metal Gear games. And Snake, I think a lot of people would consider Snake a kind of mascot for PlayStation. Not entirely, but to a degree, Like when you would ask people, like, what are your favorite PS1 games or your PS2 games, you will hear people say, like, oh yeah, Metal Gear Solid 1 or Metal Gear Solid 2 and 3. Or in some cases, like with me, MGS 4. Dude, I bought a PS3 for MGS 4. That's what brought me to PS3. Even at a time when I was all in with the 360, I was obsessed with the 360. Metal Gear was the game that was like, oh, it's on PS3 only? Okay, I'm there. Day one. And I was. And I was absolutely over the moon with that game. So it's, it's one of these things where I just want to see Metal Gear Solid Delta do well. And I hope it sells well on PlayStation. I hope it sells well on Xbox. I hope it sells well on PC. I hope it sells so well that Konami's like, oh, we need to keep doing this. And we need to continue to put the same level of care and attention into each game that we choose to remake and remaster, so on and so forth. Yeah, I love Metal Gear, man. I do. And I think it's a good thing that more people will be able to play it, truth be told. Antonio, you're saying MBG, the original Silent Hill 2 only sold 2 million copies. It's a cult classic. And after that, the franchise got worse and worse. It's not even close to Metal Gear Solid. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Silent Hill 3, I think, is still held in very high regard. Silent Hill 4 is a little bit more mixed, but I think as time went on, people kind of look back more fondly on Silent Hill 4. But it seems like I don't even know all of the games that came out after Silent Hill 4, because even I knew that Silent Hill basically died after 4, where it was like every attempt was just like Konami and the development teams that they would hire, they just didn't quite understand. Like, they just took some of the things that made Silent Hill 2 so memorable and successful, and were like, let's just do that again, both like a different character. And it's like, yeah, I kind of get where you're coming from, but it was like when you would see the nurses, for example, or Pyramid Head show up at any point in these future games. And it's like, guys, that shouldn't be a thing. Like those are there for James Sunderland specifically because of his psyche. That's what the town of Silent Hill does. It preys on an individual's psyche and creates these manifestations based off of that. So it doesn't make any sense if a character is in this town and they're seeing things that are based off of somebody else's psyche. I don't know if they ever tried to explain that away, but even if they did offer an explanation, it's like, that's kind of lame. And I think kind of ruins the whole idea of what is supposed to make the town of Silent Hill so disturbing and creepy. And that's also what kind of makes it unique. So they are working on Silent Hill F, which we haven't gotten any updates on, but I am really curious to see like what a new proper mainline Silent Hill game looks like. But yeah, it's true. Silent Hill, I don't think, has come close to Metal Gear Solid in terms of its popularity and its reach. I think that makes sense. Kojima basically was the rock star there at Konami, and Metal Gear is easily their most popular franchise. So, it gives me a lot of confidence that this game is going to do well. I can't wait. I've been excited for a lot of remakes and a lot of games, but I'll be honest with you, man, I can't really remember the last time I've been this excited about a game. Like getting remade and being able to like re-experience it. I think this is the most excited I've ever been for a remake. Yeah. I was there, man. I remember back in like 2003, I was in a 7-Eleven, and this was back when magazines were a thing, and there was you first walk into the 7-Eleven, to the right, big magazine rack, and there was quite a few video game magazines, and the one that caught my eye, I forget which one it was. What are some video game magazine names? I know it wasn't Game Informer. Gamer something, but there was this video game magazine, and it just had Metal Gear Solid 3, had Snake on the cover. It was MGS3, and I was like begging, I think it was my mother at the time, to buy it for me. She did. I don't know if it was Next Gen Gamer. Maybe it was. It probably was, actually. It wasn't PC Gamer. It might have been Next Gen Gamer. I know it's a magazine that's not around anymore and hasn't been for a long time. But I remember like begging for that magazine, and even just on the car ride home, like I remember just flipping to the part about Metal Gear. And this was like early in development for Metal Gear Solid 3. And it was like an interview with Kojima, and it was showing like these early screenshots. And I remember being so mind blown when they were like, yeah, this game takes place in the 1960s in the Cold War, and you're playing his big boss, and it's going to show his origins. And I was like, I was really young at the time. I was like 9 years old, but I was like, no way. And I was just super, super stoked. And I just didn't get that way about like 99% of other games. Like, honestly, I never got that way at that time about any other. Metal Gear was like the only game where I got that way, where I became obsessive, and I just like, I wanted to know more. I wanted to know everything. We have Anonymous Boss here with another super chat. Thank you, buddy. And he says, MBG, have you ever played Silent Hill 3? I have, but I never actually beat it. Yeah, I played Silent Hill 3 way back, and I can't remember why I didn't beat it. I remember I got pretty far along. And the same thing happened with 4 as well. I played Silent Hill 4, and I don't know, there was like this unlucky streak, I guess, with the Silent Hill games, where I would play them and get pretty far and then put it down, and then I just never beat them. But to be fair, that happened with a lot of games. Most games I played growing up. Silent Hill 1, I never actually played. Silent Hill 2 is where it started for me. And Silent Hill 1, I've like watched some playthroughs and I've watched gameplay. It's weird because I feel like I might have this vague memory of playing Silent Hill 1 at one point. But it's like this memory that exists in my head. It's like, I don't know if that's a real memory or if I'm confusing it with me watching gameplay, like on a YouTube video or something. King Sam, you're saying Silent Hill 3 is the worst game I've ever played. Would rather replay DMC 2. Oh, man. Oh, DMC 2. I remember playing that game, too. I remember playing Devil May Cry and Devil May Cry 2. What did people hate about Devil May Cry 2? Because, like, I remember playing that game, and there was something I didn't not like it. I don't know if I beat it. And then I remember playing Devil May Cry 3, and I really didn't like Devil May Cry 3 because I sucked at it. But it's weird because, like, people talk about Devil May Cry 2, and I think they look at it as like, oh, it's a bad game or like not very good, and I don't remember it being like bad. It was a bland mess. You know what? Now that I'm thinking about it, I do remember there were certain segments with that game, and it seemed a little bit perplexing to me. Like, I just remember, and it's very vague, but there was like some like cut scenes where it's like suddenly you're in like a city or something, and there's like a big building, and I don't know. It's so weird when I think about myself playing these games earlier in my life because I just don't think I understood video games very well. Like, you're saying that, see, this is interesting to me. You're saying DMC2 was a compromised rush job, but then somebody says they took out all the sword combos for that awful analog sword control. I don't even remember Because I remember distinctly playing DMC 1, and I remember the gameplay distinctly. Why can't I remember that? That sounds like such a massive change to the gameplay. I feel like I would remember that, and yet I don't. I probably just, yeah, this is where I don't know what's up with my memory, man, but I question how much attention I was really paying to these games when I was playing them. The boss battles were really bad. Was the dialogue really cringe? Because I feel like I feel like that I remember. Like, how old would I have been? What year did that come out? Let me see. DMC 2000. Okay, yeah, I was young. Okay, so I was about like 9 years old. Yeah, it must not have left a very good impression on me because this was around the same time that I was playing Metal Gear, or getting ready for Metal Gear Solid 3, I mean, being super hyped for it. Yeah, I'm looking at some of the images now. Oh, wow. Okay. It does look pretty bland. I'm looking at some of these screenshots, and maybe I just intuitively knew when I was younger. I'm like, this game's really bland. That's why I can't remember it too well. I remember I really liked the box art, though. I did really like the box art. I'm looking at the picture of the box art. I'm like, yeah, I remember that. I remember having that game case. I always thought it looked so cool. Capono says I was already making babies when MBG was only 9 years old. Wow. Sorry, I didn't mean to make you feel old. It was an in 1 year, out the other kind of experience. Yeah, seems like it. After DMC 3, I pretty much fell off. I remember playing a little bit of DMC 3, and I just sucked so bad at it. Like, I kind of hated it because I was like, man, I'm not doing this. And I was very disappointed. And I just, like, I didn't play DMC 5. I heard it was really good, though. And I never played DMC 4. I probably should play 5. I watched a lot of gameplay of it, and I remember reading reviews and stuff, and it was like, yeah, this game's awesome. And I just never got around to it. I gotta try to think harder about some of these games I played. I hate how blurry the PS2 is for me. Like, that's what stresses me out, because I know that there are a bunch of PS2 games I played, and so many of them I just can't remember. But I've watched so many videos, and tell me if this happens to you guys at all. I've watched so many videos of, like, PS2 games, people talking about random PS2 games. I've seen so many over the years that I now feel confused as to, like, wait, what is a memory of me actually playing a game versus a game that I just saw in a YouTube video, and I feel like I played it. You know what I'm talking about? Those, like, random YouTube videos you'll find where, like, somebody's just like, I made a 35-minute, 45-minute deep dive video into this random PS2 game, and then you watch the whole thing and you feel like you know everything about the game, and it, like, lives in your head. It's like the Punisher game. Like, what was that? Or not even, no, it wasn't a Punisher game. It was a game called Rogue Warrior, where it had, like, Mickey Rourke voice the character, and it was, like, laughable because he just said the most insane shit. I never played that game, yet I feel like I played that game. The GTA games I absolutely played. Yeah, I played the shit out of those games. Yeah, we'll keep this. So we're at the 3 hour and 54 minute mark. I'm just going to let this run up to the 4 hour mark, and we'll call the stream at 4 hours. You know, something that's interesting is when I think about when I reminisce about the PlayStation 2 a little bit, I really don't recall playing many PlayStation exclusives or like Sony developed games. I do remember playing the original God of War. I was so weird as a kid, dude. I was. I remember that I was insanely hyped for God of War. Like, I was a God of War OG. I was. I remember trading in a bunch of my PS2 games to get God of War, and I played the shit out of God of War at launch, and I thought it was awesome. And then I got like halfway through, or like 3/4 of the way, and I had this really bad problem as a kid, dude, where like I just didn't finish games. You would think this one game that I traded in like 10 games to get, probably more than 10 games, you would think I would make it a priority to finish it, but I didn't. And, you know, I try not to, I don't really question myself because it's like, well, I was like a 9 or 10-year-old kid at the time. I think I was like 10 years old. I was like, well, yeah, I don't know. Kids are weird. I was weird. So I look back at my childhood and I question, why did I do half the stuff I did? I don't even know. I don't know if it's like that for everybody else, but then like that's the thing about it is I never beat it, and then I just never really pursued any of the God of War games after that. I don't remember being disappointed with it. I think I remember being quite shocked at how insane and over the top it was. I don't think my parents knew either, like, what was in some of these games. I see we have a Zanarkhan Blitzer with a 2-parter super chat here. Thank you for that, Zanarkhan. You're saying here, part 1, MBG, what is Sweet Baby Inc? I saw one of the YouTube recommendations that Sweet Baby Inc tried to extort $7 million from Wukong devs, and they said, hell no. Are they left woke activists? Also saw that Wukong may get a delayed release for the Xbox Series X and S platforms. PS5 and PC versions will release early. Series S holding it back again? ? Yeah, that seems to be the running theory right now, Zanarkhan, is when we saw the latest Black Myth Wukong trailer at Summer Game Fest, the Xbox logo was missing. This led people to think that the Xbox version was actually outright canceled, but they did confirm in a post that no, it's not canceled, it's just delayed with no new release date because, well, they didn't say why. They just said it's going to take more time. It sounds very much like the Baldur's Gate 3 situation, where, you know, the same thing occurred with Baldur's Gate 3, where they were like, yeah, we're having some issues, it's going to be delayed. And then a bunch of time went by, and they just eventually became clear that it's like, we kind of have to like remove certain features in order to get this to run. And Microsoft had to give them the green light, saying it's not a theory. I mean, that has to be why, you know, like they didn't, as far as I'm aware, the devs didn't flat out say it's the Series S, but it's like, what else could it really realistically be? So yeah, I think that's it. When it comes to the first part of your question, I'm going to keep it short, sweet, and to the point. I did see this. I did see that apparently Sweet Baby Inc. basically tried to get involved with Black Myth Wukong for consultation. Yes, they are left woke activists. That's what Sweet Baby Inc. is. They try to, you know, diversify everything, I would say to an unnecessary extent. They seem to have this track record of making females in games look less attractive. That seems to be something that's kind of proven, which is so weird to me. But I did see this, and it seems to have been confirmed from what's out there that they tried to get involved with Black Myth Wukong. You know, they're basically like, $7 million, and we'll help. We'll provide our expertise for your game and help diversify it and be, you know, whatever. And they were like, you know, it reminds me of the scene from God of War Ragnarok when Kratos gets up and just looks at Odin and is just like, no, And and that's basically what happened. And good for them. Good for them. If that, I was already sold on Black Myth Wukong. I was already like 100% I'm buying this game. But now that I know that they specifically rejected Sweet Baby Inc. and said, we're not paying you money to ruin our game and make it worse. No, thank you. We're just going to make the game we want to make, which is what I've always been advocating for, by the way. I'm absolutely going to buy their game, and I'm going to encourage others, as long as it's a good video game, which it seems like it's going to be, to do it as well. So yeah, I was pretty surprised in a way to see that pop up, because I was like, well, I don't really want to talk about Sweet Baby Inc. anymore because I'm over it. They're just unnecessary in this industry. I think that's obvious. And, I'm not against diversification. I'm not against inclusivity. I am actually for that stuff. I do think, sometimes people get a bit too extreme and they start to come off a little bit as like, whoa, hold on now. Like, there's nothing wrong with wanting to have these different experiences for people to be able to feel like that they can relate to it. But the problem, and this is always the problem in my opinion, is when it becomes forced. When you take something where like, here's our idea, here's what we want to do, but then a group of people comes in with an agenda, a leftist agenda, and they say, yeah, but we need to make some changes. And it's like, okay, how about rather than making changes to this thing that this group of people want to make, you go make your own thing and you can make it whatever you want. And they don't do this because, well, a lot of times those things fail. And it's because companies like Sweet Baby Inc. and others, not all the time, but sometimes they seem to try to cater to a very vocal minority group that it's like, listen, it's good to want to include that. But if we're talking about creating mass appeal, you have to understand that what you're doing is likely only speaking to, again, in some instances, not all, a much smaller group that in turn, I just don't think that this is necessarily the target audience. And that, I think, is what creates some problems sometimes, because it's like, well, I think you got to know who your target audience is. And I'm not saying pander to them. I don't think that's good either. You shouldn't pander, but you can't go in the other way. In the same way, like, don't pander and just make a total fan service ridiculous game where it's like, did you guys have any original thoughts at all? Or did you just let the community make this game for you? Because I don't think that, that's fine sometimes, but that can work against the game as well. Like, I'm just an advocate for, I just want the original vision of certain stuff to just be what it is, and let it be. And if people want, these games that are really bringing, I guess you could say, things that are not necessarily needed in these other games and these other products, but they feel as though it's very important for the sake of inclusivity, for the sake of, spreading the field, so to speak. I just think that they should really focus on trying to make it themselves. And it's unfortunate that you're not seeing that, because, as I said, these games don't do well. There are these games that exist, by the way, that are absolutely just filled to the brim with leftist, progressive stuff. And I don't have a problem with them, to be clear. They should exist on the free market. But you don't really hear about these games because, again, it's speaking to a very small group of people that base their whole identity around that stuff. And I think it just gets a little bit concerning when you start to see these groups come together. You see these groups come together, and then they start to convince certain teams and certain publishers and and certain developers that like you're going to need our consultation. You're going to need our expertise. And don't get me wrong, like there is a need for, in some cases, for stuff like this. You know what I mean? Like I would not feel comfortable if I was like making it, if I was a director of a game and a part of this game was about, you know, we're showing the true Native American experience, you know? And it's like, yeah, I'm going to feel like I need some consultation here from somebody who's Native American, who actually comes from that culture and knows these things, because I could do research and I could hope that that research is accurate enough, but you know, there's nothing that's going to be better necessarily than, you know, getting it directly from the source. But I want to make it clear that for me, there is a difference between like we need to represent these cultures authentically. There is a difference between that and inserting certain agendas that are clearly pushing certain political alignments and beliefs. That's where things, in my opinion, get messy. Now, to be clear, you know, it's very circumstantial. It's very specific to whatever the topic at hand is. But that, to me, is where these things are getting mixed together, and they really shouldn't be, in my opinion. And maybe in some rare cases, like I said, circumstantial, in some rare cases, somebody might make the argument. Somebody might make the argument that, well, what if you're covering a moment in history that covers, you know, that deals with a certain culture, and that cultural movement at the time also happened to align with a specific political, you know, alignment as well. Okay, like that's like a very hyper specific instance where it's like, then all of that would make sense. You know what I mean? The politics, the culture, the authentic representation of the culture, of the movement itself. Sure, that makes total sense. But when we're talking about fantasy made up stories, you know, when we're talking about fiction, this is where I think Sweet Baby Inc. and these other consultation companies, whoever they may be, are doing a huge disservice, where it's like, these are politically driven people, make no mistake. Not all of them, but a lot of them. And if you want to know, how do you know they're politically driven? Go find these people on Twitter. I am the last person to ever encourage anybody to harass others or bother others or, you know, cause problems in people's lives. Absolutely not. But what I will say in following this is, I said I was going to keep this short and sweet. Clearly it's not. In following this, people have discovered that there are individuals who work at these places like Sweet Baby Inc., where go look at what they're saying on places like Twitter, on social media. Go look at their behavior. And it's disgusting. It's disgusting because these people, like, I'm not saying it's everybody. I'm not saying it's every person that works at Sweet Baby Inc. I'm not grouping everybody together. But there does seem to be a certain common thread with at least a few of these individuals, where these are the types of people that are only here to push a political agenda, and they are too stupid to realize that they are on the opposite end of the extremist coin that they care so much about fighting against. Where it's like, you become so aggressive in your approach that you are now the exact thing. You've become the very thing you claim to hate, just on the other end of the spectrum. These people do work at some of these places, and they have influence and power within these places. And because these video game companies like Insomniac and many, many others choose to work willingly with these companies, that in turn, that power and that influence makes its way into some of these games and some of our products. And this is where people are getting fed up with this shit, because it becomes a situation where it's like, hold on now. Nobody's saying we can't be diverse. Nobody's saying we can't be authentic in our representation of different peoples and different cultures. What we are saying is we don't want lunatics involved. That's what we're saying. We don't want lunatics who have an axe to grind with regular people, or maybe not so regular people on the other side of the spectrum. We don't want them involved because they are just likely going to screw things up. And that's exactly what we're seeing. That's exactly what we're seeing. You're seeing more and more people enter the system from a development level, from a directorial level, all the way from the top to the bottom. You're seeing more and more people where they go in and they have a chip on their shoulder. They have a belief. They have a problem. They have something that they got to say. And that's fine. We all have that to an extent. But then they take these they take these characters, they take these stories, they take these properties that are not theirs. You didn't create this, and they use that as the vessel to push, to funnel that stuff through. And that's what people are getting tired of. And that's why I will continue to say, and I'll say it over and over again until the day comes, you have such a strong message. You have such a powerful thing you need to convey. Go do it with your own IP. Go do it with your own characters, your own story. But you won't. You won't, because it turns out that what you have to preach, people really don't care about. Not nearly as much as you think they do, or as you think they should. That's why you can't go do it on your own, because it would fail. Because it turns out most people are just normal, and when they turn to outlets like video games, they're just looking for some good stories. And if you want to have, here's another one. Here's another secret that these people don't know. You think that these games that people love, that these products that people gravitate towards, you think that they haven't had powerful messages woven into the stories, into the characters? They absolutely have. They just don't bash you over the fucking head with it and make you annoyed that seems to be what they're trying to shove down your throat. No, they do it more tastefully. They do it more subtly. They do it in a way that makes it easily digestible, to where it might go over some people's heads. But for those who get it, they get it. That's called being a good storyteller. That's called being able to actually effectively show people something that maybe they weren't expecting to see, but they're not feeling like you're shoving it in their face and be like, look at it, fucking look at it. I'm telling you, look at it and accept it. That's the problem, man. And I know I said it was going to be short and sweet. That was the opposite of short and sweet, but I hope that this kind of helps explain some of what we're seeing here, because this is why it is such a big deal to see, the developers of Black Myth Wukong just completely reject Sweet Baby Inc. because they're like, no, we're pretty confident in what we're like. If I'm not mistaken, Black Myth Wukong is based on Chinese fiction, right? Which also blends like a bit of, it's the culture. It's Chinese culture. Correct me if I'm wrong. Aren't the developers Chinese? Isn't this a Chinese development team? If I'm not wrong, and this is a Chinese development team, my question is, why the fuck would Sweet Baby Inc. feel as though they have any place going up to a Chinese development team and telling them, we think you could use our consultation? Excuse me, what? If it's true that that's what happened, That's insane. That's actually insane. Yes, Gaming Survivor. If that's true and that's a real thing that occurred, absolute clown world, clown behavior, clownism at its finest. Capono says, at least we got an MBG rant today. And Zanarkand with your third super chat here, saying, yeah, the first time I heard of this woke group, could they be why the Lord of the Rings TV series and the Rings of Power is hated by Lord of the Rings fans? Also Star Wars. Well, I don't think Sweet Baby Inc. is actually involved with those things, but groups similar to Sweet Baby Inc., groups with this kind of hive mind, politically driven, arrogant type of behavior and energy that they exude. Yeah, these groups are all over. It's not just exclusive to video games. You can see it everywhere. And it is sad to see this, where it's like, we need to deliver these political messages through things like Lord of the Rings and Star Wars. And it's like, listen, all of these things have had political messages woven within them, but it just seems like the difference between the storytellers of today and those who actually created the source material itself is those who created the source material, they are the reason why it's successful in the first place. And it's exactly what I said. People like George Lucas, people like Tolkien, like, yes, they wove in a certain level of politics into these products, certainly, but they did so with taste. They did so with an understanding that people don't want to be preached at. People don't want shit shoved in their face and shoved down their throat. And that seems to be something that these leftist, because I don't even have a problem with their, I'm not left-leaning, obviously not. And I don't have a problem with anybody who does consider themselves a liberal or whatever. It's just, the people who are part of these groups don't seem to understand that, there's a better way to get your message across. And that way involves people not actively hating you. And you know how you do it? You don't constantly make it an us versus them situation. You don't make it obvious that you're trying to piss people off, because guess what? Are there racist people in the world? Yes. Are there sexist people in the world? Yes. Are there homophobic people in the world? Yes, there are. But the moment you decide to target them with your product that you're making, and by target them, I mean push against them, you're going to lose everybody, because nobody gives a shit about what racist people have to say or what they think. Nobody gives a shit about what truly homophobic people have to say. Nobody gives a shit about these people. Nobody's actually listening to them except their own small group of hive minds. Most normal people do not care if a character is gay, if a character is of color. They don't care. They only care when it's clearly being done in an effort to be like, well, what do you think of that? What do you think of that? Oh, what do you think about this black character, huh? What do you think about this gay character? They're gay. What are you going to do, huh? No, see, that's what makes people go, you're fucking annoying. You're an annoying motherfucker. And I don't want anything to do with what you're doing, because you're annoying. My problem is with you. And that's the difference. That's the difference. George Lucas wasn't out here being like, Mace Windu's black. That's right. He's black. And he's the only one with the purple lightsaber. What are you going to do, huh? What are you going to do? And it's like, dude, nobody cared. Literally, he wasn't behaving that way. That energy didn't exist, and no one gave a shit. Everybody just thought, holy shit, Mace Windu's awesome, and check out that purple lightsaber. See, he just let it happen naturally. This is the difference between what we are seeing in today's media versus what the great stuff that we got in previous years. There were always strong females in media, in movies, in games. Now, granted, you could argue maybe there did need to be a little bit more, right? Maybe there was a little bit of imbalance. But you could also argue that was just a byproduct of, well, most of the audience throughout the decades, it was male dominant. And over the years, it's evened out. So now we can see that evening out, and that's fine. But you get these people who they act like these things have never existed. That we've never gotten strong female characters. They've never existed. That we've never had, powerful characters of color. Like, no, all these things have always existed. And it's fine if somebody feels like, well, maybe we need to lean into that a little bit more. That's fine too. I'm not even against any of that. Why would anybody be against that? But when you're doing it with a political slant that is driven by the chip on your shoulder because you have a problem with right-wing people, because you have a problem, with Trump supporters and stuff like that. It's like, yeah, please don't bring that in. Can you just not do that, please? And these days, people can't help themselves. So, I'm telling you, man, it's the pendulum. It swings both ways, and it's annoying every time. It's annoying every time. We just need balance. That's all we need. We need balance, and we need adults behaving like adults, and we need people who are in these positions to have a better understanding of, like, listen, just please stop forcing things. Get good. Get good at what you do. That's what everybody else did over the centuries. They got good at what they did. You have a message you want to communicate. You think that message is important. You want to help better the world. You don't do it with a fist, and you don't do it overnight. You do it subtly. You do it gently, and you do it in a tasteful way. And it'll have huge not repercussive, but that's what will create a domino effect. Not forcing shit. That's based off of my observation anyway. Didn't expect to go on this tangent, making the stream a lot longer, but appreciate you guys listening to me. I have a couple more chats here. We got Magnum Gaming saying IGN is involved with the SBI/Black Myth 2 MBG. You have to let me know in which way. Yeah, that's not going to be good. And then Magnum Gaming again, you're saying this is why I love VR games, MBG, because the games are absent from SBI crap. The games don't feel mainstream, but rather old school and simple. An example, Pavlov. Yeah, dude. I mean, it's hard for me to speak to that because I haven't really played many VR games lately, but I could see that. Yeah, these games have a smaller reach. And because of that, yeah, these consultancy groups are going to try to target like the biggest, most prominent games, like Spider-Man 2. Yeah, Matt York, I know. You're saying I got to get Madison at some point. At some point. We have Zanarkand Blitzer once again saying, I didn't like the Star Wars movie Force Awakens when I saw how Han Solo died. Spoilers. Although I think everybody knows that. I said I can't watch this sequel movie saga, prequel Anakin saga better. Well, you know, it's interesting. Your senses were right, Zanarkand. Your senses served you well because, listen, man, if people enjoyed episode 8 and episode 9, more power to you. But episode 8 was hated because there's a lot of reasons episode 8 was hated. It wasn't good. I saw episode 8 in the theaters. It wasn't good. I didn't walk out hating it. Like, I know a lot of people hated Star Wars episode 8. I wasn't like, oh my God, I hate this movie and what they did. I was just more like, that was not enjoyable. And I don't think I care about Star Wars anymore. You know, I didn't feel that attached to Luke Skywalker as a character. Like, I definitely felt like, okay, I can see why some people are like, what the fuck are they doing right now? I totally get that. Luckily, I wasn't that attached to this character. And, you know, the original trilogy. But I basically walked out being like, well, that kind of wasn't very good. And I really can't stand these new characters. Like, I just can't stand them. They're so annoying. And I never watched episode 9, but I did watch some YouTube videos talking about episode 9 and breaking it down. And episode 9, I can't say I watched it, but after watching these extensive videos breaking down like what's wrong with this movie, sounds like an absolute shit show nightmare where it's like Disney should be ashamed of themselves. And honestly, George Lucas should be a little ashamed of himself for letting this go to Disney, bro. I would have rather, well, I mean, you can't blame him for getting the bag, right? George Lucas wanted the bag. Who could argue with that? But I would have rather seen Star Wars die and never come back and die with George Lucas than see what Disney, what has happened with these movies and with this shit. Like, I don't even watch any of the new shows. I'm just seeing people having meltdowns over The Acolyte. And I'm like, I don't know. I don't want to know. I got out a long time ago. Not to say that I'm against everything Star Wars. I'm not. It's just the passion is non-existent. It's just very much like, if you show me something cool, maybe I'll check it out. But almost everything you're showing me doesn't look cool. So I'm good with passing, Do I watch any James Fox documentaries about UFOs? Is a new one coming out in a few months? No, I can't say I've ever seen them. I don't think so. I heard Andor is pretty good. Yeah. Then we have Mullen here with a super chat saying, it's a 1-minute video. Please YouTube Nakwan Last Paradise. It's an alpha Last of Us online game, in my opinion. Tell me it isn't really early, but backed by Nexon and Dave the Diver. Let me see. Oh, wow. Okay, I'm looking at just the thumbnails, and I kind of get what you're saying. I see where you're saying this could be like similar to The Last of Us Online. Let me see. Ooh, you know what? I don't know, man. Yeah, this game is definitely inspired by The Last of Us, and I see what you're saying. I'm skipping through some of the gameplay here, the early alpha. It does look cool. You know what it's reminding me of a little bit, though? And I'm not saying that's what this is at all. I'm not saying that. It reminds me a little bit of The Day Before. I'm not going to lie to you. And we saw how that worked out. But the difference is this actually is showing people playing the game. Like, this is a real game, from what I can tell. Yeah, it looks cool, dude. Is this coming to console? I'll have to get more info on that. It looks like, to me, it's going to be one of those games that's just kind of like PC. Like, it stays on PC and maybe eventually will come to console. Well, I didn't mean to go on such a tangent about the whole Sweet Baby Inc. thing, but it just kind of happened. But I like to think I did some justice, in the sense that I like to think that I somewhat eloquently explained why there is such a problem without going on off the deep end. I think some people take it too far, Some people just become, my hope is that people who maybe, because I think most people are kind of in the middle, you know what I mean? I think like most people are like, it's not that they don't know how to feel, but it's like, I don't know if I like how intensely I should feel about this. And I've determined, and this is just for me, that I don't feel that intensely about it because I'm limited in my control over it. But what I can do is try to reveal to others what's problematic without turning it into a, we need to get the pitchforks and torches type of thing, because I don't think that ends up working out either. I don't think that ends up working out either. I think it's just a matter of being aware and being cognizant and, trying your best to send the message whatever message you can to these publishers, and never lose sight of the fact that the language that these companies speak is the language of money. If they ever take things too far with this, consultation stuff, and they allow too much nonsense into their games, they're going to lose customers. And once they start, there's a reason that saying, as much as I don't use it, but there's a reason that saying, go woke, go broke, exists. It's because that can happen. That has happened. And it will happen if you take it too far. But it's the same way. If you go, imagine if it was the opposite, where instead of going woke and having the leftist agenda invade this stuff, imagine if it was the extreme right agenda. I mean, look, I would say I'm definitely more right-leaning, certainly, than left-leaning, but I get annoyed with the whole far-right stuff, too, as well, where it gets, that gets taken too far, where it's like, guys, can we chill the fuck out a little bit, please? Does it have to be this serious all the time? And that's, I just consider myself a relatively regular person that I can see the good and the bad in both. And I don't know if there's a centrist? I don't know what the terminology is for somebody like that, but I just think that, I wouldn't want the games industry to be dominated by far right leaning people either, because that would get so annoying too. It's like, then you would have people who everything they do, it's like, stick it to them, show them, you know what I mean? And it's like, okay, I just want people who aren't so politically charged all the time. You know what I mean? That's all I want. I just want things that aren't so politically charged all the time, because it just gets old and it gets tired. Moderation is key. But guys, we just hit the 4.5 hour mark. I think this will be a good time to end this stream. Let me see. I'm going to... That I agree with, Hicksock. You're saying people are insane these days. Yeah, it's a little concerning. I know it's hard. It's not easy. It's not easy to keep your wits about you necessarily. A lot of things in 2024 are overwhelming. The internet itself is overwhelming and can be extremely detrimental. And everybody has their struggles, man. There's one thing we all have in common, as far as I'm aware, is we're all human. I'm not trying to be all peace and love here, but it's just I think people would do well to take a step back. That's all. Have your beliefs, have your opinions. It's very important. Have your convictions. Absolutely. That's part of being human, but take a step back. Taking a step back gives you a little bit of space. It gives you a little bit more clarity. It gives you the ability to see some things a little bit more clearly, or see more than what you were looking at originally, not so much tunnel vision. That's all. I'm just trying to leave this. Listen, I'm just trying to end this on a more positive note as best I can. It's Father's Day after all, and go touch grass. There you go. Capono wraps it up nicely. Just go touch some grass. Literally just take your shoes and socks off, go outside and just stand on the grass. And just breathe the air and look at the sky. Maybe listen to the birds chirp a little bit. Try not to get stung by a bee or something, though. That's sometimes it happens to me. Not that I get stung, but I want to go outside and be in nature, and then there's really annoying things around me, and I'm like, I don't want to be out here anymore. But try to do that. I'm going to try to do that. We'll make that agreement. We'll put all our political beliefs aside. We'll all try to go outside, touch some grass, be one with nature for at least a couple minutes. All right. There we go. What I'm actually going to do, though, is probably get some dinner, and I'm going to try to I'm going to do the opposite of touch grass. I'm going to sit on my recliner, and I'm going to try to beat this damn boss in Elden Ring. Yeah, take some WD-40. Gotta have a little bit of WD-40. Gaming Survivor never forgets. Do I like tea? I do like tea, yeah. I've been drinking this tea recently. It's I forget the name of it, but it's like orange cinnamon. It's got some orange, it's got cinnamon, it's got well, it's got a lot more than that. I don't remember all the things it has in it, but it has like 8 or 9 different herbs and ingredients. Really healthy stuff. Really tasty too. No caffeine. Tea is really good. Just want to say, I want to give a shout out to tea right now before I go. When I am having a struggle, I don't know if this happens to you guys. It's like psychological. Like sometimes if I'm having like an upset stomach or something, me and my wife make this joke where it's like psychological tea, where it'll be like late at night or something. We'll make tea and then we'll just like forget about it and we'll never drink it. But it was like just the thought of making tea was enough to help. Not even drinking it. Yeah, I don't know. Makes me wonder, does tea actually do anything? It's all just a bunch of nonsense. Either way, it tastes good. So, all right, guys. Drinking 3 or 4 times Persian tea per day. I drink coffee and tea. All right. Now I'm just going on and on here. Thank you guys so much for joining me today. Thank you so much for listening to me talk for over 4.5 hours straight. How do I do it? I don't know. I don't know how I do it. How do I talk this long without stopping? Some would say it's a problem. But either way, I appreciate you guys being here. I want to make sure before I end the stream to just give a big shout out to all of you guys who showed some direct support. As I say, you guys are the sponsors of the channel. We crushed 2 goals today. We hit 54 members, and we got quite a few super chats as well, and a direct donation, which is always nice. So thank you guys so much for allowing me to do this. It means a lot. We have a great community here, amazing community. And I just want to ask you to do one last thing as you're heading out and filing out of the stream. Just hit that like button on your way out. It definitely helps. And I also want to give a shout out to Devil Shooter, who does the timestamps for all of the streams. He does a great job. If you see him in the comments, show him some love, give him some thanks. I know he really appreciates it. And that's it, guys. That is it for this episode of Press X Podcast, where I would say the first 3 hours were on topic, and the last hour and a half went a little all over the place. But either way, I hope you enjoyed it. So, all right, enjoy the rest of your day, guys. Happy Father's Day once again, and I will catch you guys back here tomorrow, same time, same place for another stream. So until then, I'm so used to looking at above my monitors say take care, but take care, guys.